Hello, everybody. I am January Walker, your Planetary Information Security Officer. And today we're going to be talking about nuclear reactors, data centers, what is driving the scaling of data centers, what is the underlying issue, why nobody knew that there was this underlying issue with data centers, and not just data centers, this is computers, this is any type of storage. And essentially how, instead of fixing the underlying problem, it is as though we are converting the Earth into a motherboard itself, which is incredibly bizarre once you start to think about everything that humanity is, right? Like converting the Earth to a motherboard, strapping multiple power supplies around the Earth, strapping multiple storage facilities around the Earth, like hard drive, right? Like that is what we are doing here. Having towers send information wirelessly. Like, consider what we have done as humans and where we are going. And if we actually were paying attention to our behaviors in the first place, or if we were just doing stuff for the kicks of it. Now, from what I can see, there were no considerations given to the outcomes of the behavior. The people that were running these projects, when they were corrected, instead of continuing to engage with the public and take that feedback and listen and do what is called proper product management and awareness and consideration and empathy, instead, what they did is they went underground before anybody could continue to, how do I say this? Hold them accountable for what had become crimes against existence. By the way, thank you, everybody. It's great to see you regulars. I know that we're starting a little bit late today, but I certainly appreciate that you are all here with me. We're really going to be digging into kind of this reality awareness of this pure scale of the computer systems that we have created and the underlying reasons as to why we built them out in the first place. So when we talk about computation, right? So when we talk about computation, what is computation? What is computers? Why is it such a big deal? Is the technology that we use on a daily basis even safe now that we understand that it has these downstream impacts? So everything within the universe is designed and meant to exist within a very precarious and precise balance. So the amount of energy that we use compared to the amount of resources that we need, we're supposed to have everything if it's designed properly. But the problem is when it's not designed properly, we see astronomical amounts of waste and toxins and byproducts and bad air quality. That is what we are experiencing today. And instead of taking feedback, right? I get it. I made mistakes as a young product manager as well. I made a lot of mistakes early in my career. And I can understand how feedback is hard. Like if it's like, hey, this is what we're taking within our, psyche, within our brain. It's like, hey, I'm working through this thing. And then people come back and they thwack. I actually experienced this feedback in politics quite a bit because I didn't understand what people were saying, but I took it like what they said. I put it on the back burner and I spent a considerable amount of time going through the feedback that people gave me and saying, wait a minute, why are you associating me with this over here when I'm talking about this piece over here? And especially when I got into the dark web area. So this is blockchain technology. Okay. So blockchain, if the byte was designed correctly underneath, it showed potential. And if the people running those projects weren't using them maliciously, then there was potential. And if the systems of power and structure, essentially think of the United States as a massive computer program. If those computer programs were designed correctly, then it could have, this blockchain technology showed promise for those systems. But the more that I dug into those systems and saw how the people operated that were implementing them, which is like, oh, January said this, they took it and then they ran with it and then incorporated Doge, which, by the way, the guy that originally made Doge, I know him. And he was in the same spaces as I was talking about, like, hey, these are the things that we can use this technology for. These are the good things. What neither of us anticipated, and what it feels so abusive about the way that Musk took this technology and leveraged it is he didn't account for the human element, the humanity of it all. It was taken and it was weaponized in a half-baked concept. Like, nobody even planned what they were doing. And it was just like open the floodgates on all of these bad men and just unleashed this underworld. And the underworld of blockchain really ties into this Bitcoin structure, because if you think about it, many of these cryptocurrencies are tied specifically into usury, human usury, terrible, terrible behaviors. And instead of thinking through what that means, the individuals that were running the show, like Donald Trump would be an example of this. It is my sentiments that he became so desensitized to the behaviors of usury that he could not see when he was integrating the monetary systems directly into the financial structure of the entire United States resources and government. So we're talking about the Federal Reserve, the banks. And these banks, because the United States underpins the global financial system, he integrated this dark web of monies, the underground, the crypt, death, globally, and just unleashed this filth upon the earth. Now, it's difficult to say whether or not it was just social engineering or a phishing operation. But what's for certain is the outcomes. And yes, you can look up exactly what I'm saying, where President, we'll just call him Donald Trump, installed the Bitcoin reserves. So it's really weird how this works. It's very weird. It's very highly unusual. So let's take a step back. Okay, this is my spidey senses, my piso senses going off here and saying, okay, something is happening in this cybersecurity space which is not normal. And it's this. So there's this guy named Simon Garovich. Simon Garovich, he went to Harvard. He was in the mathematics department. My understanding is he's a Chinese-Taiwanese national. And he now resides in Hiroshima, Japan, and has a company called Metaplanet there. And Metaplanet is underneath another company called Red Planet Hotels. So I'm like, okay, this is interesting. And recently they made Trump Jr. a board member of Metaplanet. And Metaplanet did something highly unusual, where they made something called the Bitcoin reserves and then the Bitcoin treasury. So first of all, what are you guys doing over there that you're making a reserves and a treasury? Like, what is happening? It's like, okay, let's keep watching, because keep in mind, I'm over digital assets for the global economy. right? So I'm taking a look, saying, what is going on here? This is on my radar. And when I say over global assets for the digital economy, politically, I'm also known for being connected into this space. So I keep a close eye on what all of you are doing. I've seen all of your dark hidey holes. I know exactly what's happening within your little rug pull games. And it's terrible. Okay. And setting up the United States this way and all of the energy globally is an awful behavior. It's greedy and selfish and horrendous to existence and the species which you shared a world with. So going back to this metaplanet, so they set up this treasury and they set up this Federal Reserve. And I'm like, these people are in Japan. What is happening here? And then all of a sudden, Donald Trump sets up a treasury, and then his son gets on the board. And right now, Donald Trump is talking about setting up a Bitcoin treasury at the same time. So I'm like, why are you mimicking these systems? Why are you mimicking these systems? That doesn't make sense. What are you all doing? And why are you attempting to get out from underneath the United States and essentially drop your debt on us? And why are the banking systems just going along with your behaviors instead of halting? Because this Bitcoin operation has something alarming happening with it. So it's this. Our energy is a limited resource. Energy is a limited resource. All right? It's a limited resource. And what that means with energy being a limited resource is that it's not just like, it doesn't, if your energy is imprecise, if the systems that use the energy are imprecise, then it causes great harm to everybody. And this Bitcoin software, we're going to call it malware because you can't turn it off. It's encrypted at 100%, well, and a full 8 out of 8 entropy. So it's encrypted, it produces 8 out of 8 entropy, and you can't turn it off. So that means that all of that energy that it touches just blasts through to solve puzzles. And that puzzle is decrypting the very systems which encrypt and protect your data, which encrypt and protect like nuclear codes, which encrypt and protect your money. And that's called mining. Mining is what this Bitcoin proof of work stuff is called. But it's really proof of waste. Proof of waste. And so when you look at this system, because it's blasting through all of our energy, and what for? What for? It's not for anything good, because Bitcoin in itself, the guy that created it, or the individual that created it, did something called credential theft on this guy named Adam. Oh, I'm forgetting Adam's last name all of a sudden. Oh, it'll come to me. It'll come to me. Okay. But he performed a credential theft on this cryptographer named Adam. And Adam was super well known for cryptography, and his system that was supposed to be minimum use of energy was inversed and then maximally used. It's really terrible. I know who made Bitcoin. And I'm not the only one who knows. There's a whole group of us. Okay? We know who created it. Now, this credential theft. What is Adam's last name? Hold on just a second here. This is going to bother me if I don't look it up. Back. I knew it was with a B. Adam Back. So So he stole Adam's credentialism. He's like, hey, I wrote a paper about you. Can I, use your name or cite you or whatever? And Adam back, he didn't know until years later, like 5 years later, that this character was going around using his credentials, but it was too late. And so a couple of years ago, what happened is there was a whole investigation. Did you know that this was a scam, that Bitcoin was a scam? You can look this up. There was a whole thing, and Adam is like, no. And these emails between him and this fraud got released to the public, and Adam got held accountable for hiding and covering up his systems on a global stage. But instead of acknowledging what happened here in the United States, Adam doubled down with the Treasury, because it's a very painful psychological pain to go through and to unwind that. What happened to him? It was terrible. It was terrible what happened to Adam. But he's doubled down, and the United States is like, well, there's an opportunity here to capitalize on this theft and bandwagon, because that's what our banks have been doing, essentially going down every single little hole. And there's also some weird information physics, these crypto physicists hypothesized in the beginning. They're essentially like, well, maybe we can embed events in the chain. And they actually started to do that. And it was highly bizarre. This is when the CIA got involved, is because this group started embedding events in the chain. And then when they happen in real life, if you go into these old message boards, they attempted to like destroy their keys and their wallets and everything, and they couldn't, like, there was nothing that could undo what they were doing within these mathematics and these hashes. And then that practice pretty much went silent, like hidden. But you'll see, like, you've heard, unusual rumors within this crypto Bitcoin, trafficking space, usury space. We'll just call it usury, because usury is like a wide area. And it's really awful, and it's really terrible what's happened here. And I want you to consider the behaviors. Yes, the rumors are awful. Okay, so much so that they're not appropriate for this live. That Bitcoin is not money, you guys. I investigated Bitcoin for 17 years. I was the cybersecurity officer over digital assets, including Bitcoin. I've seen more about this thing than Bitcoin than you have. I was there back when it was 3 cents. I said it sounded like a virus. For a while, I kind of like was a little muddy about what it was, because I was like, maybe it is money. But then when I saw a few things, I'm like, oh no, this is a planetary weapon, because you can't turn it off. So one of the things that they talk about with Bitcoin is that it's finite, right? How many people here have heard that Bitcoin is finite? Raise your hands. Let's see it. I'm sure that you guys have heard that there's only 21 million of these Bitcoins, right? So it's finite, and then it stops. You have not heard that? I mean, you have a Bitcoin in your logo. I'm sorry. I understand. Okay. So yeah, they say there's only 21 million, and then it stops in 2140. So they say it's finite. However, if you look at this program, this malware, because it's software, and it has multiple problems with it, right? It has multiple problems. I wrote an entire investigation on it, because I started to get senators' letters on my desk. And when you start having letters routed to you, you know that at some point, something's going to happen. And that's the other part. Bitcoin is not decentralized. It's highly condensed within a couple of groups. and it's in immediate danger of a 51% attack. And it's been in immediate danger of a 51% attack for a long, long time now. So it's not finite. There's areas in the code where you can break the avalanche that's specifically connected into these prime numbers. And then they claim that there's only 21 million, but that's not true. And they also claim that it turns off in 2140, but it actually never turns off. So Satoshi, the Satoshi individual, okay, his pseudonym, and by the way, there's something very so mathematicians love puzzles, okay, love setting up riddles for other people, right? Because our brains kind of never stop. And they just process through stuff, and sometimes we'll make up, trails and for fun, just to see how far people can get through our to like follow where we're going. And this Satoshi individual was one of those, very highly one of them. And he's an excellent social engineer. It's social engineering malware, and this is sad. So what's happened here is, if you look inside of the program, and you can even look this up on Bitcoin Wiki, the malware program, it goes through and it hits. Let me show this to you actually. So you can come here under Learn. You can see my repository of papers. Yes. So it takes a great deal of honesty, intellectual honesty, to follow these individuals where they go. So here is the disclosure that I provided to the public. Yes, I am legit. You can even look me up on LinkedIn. So this was my disclosure to the public. And I go through, you can read this. So this talks about the difference between malware and software. This is how we identify malware and software through this Shannon's entropy test. And I'm not going to dig in too much here. What I want to go down to, see, 8 out of 8 entropy. So the key forensic differentiator between malware and encryption is the off switch. Okay. And I found a lot of violations here. A lot of violations. Once I actually started going through and, attempting to understand what was going on. And so first of all, something that's important to know is information, hashing, bit flips actually cost energy. And so it runs at 100%. And so this Bitcoin program, this Bitcoin malware, emits 21 atomics in heat waste a day. And that's Hiroshima atomics. And so I do all the math here and I'm like, whoa, that's way higher than I thought it was. That's alarming. And so it's hard going through this and understanding the maliciousness. And this talks about, Adam Back, what happened to him, how he was socially engineered. I go through the 51% attack. I go through the Queen's arm race, right? That's happening. It's really sad. Hold on just a second. Where I want to get to is right here. Okay. So we say that Bitcoin is money. Now, in finance, for something to be a asset, right? So we say it's an asset. We say that this Bitcoin is an asset. However, when we look at the entire energy structure to mining, and bear with me here, I'm doing my best to explain. I mean, this is 17 years of knowledge that I'm dropping on you out of nowhere. And I understand that. I really understand that. And I know that it's hard, and I know that it hurts. And I know that along the way of, at least for me going through this, I experienced a moral injury. It just hurt my heart and it hurt my brain to unravel all this. So applying financial principles to this, money, digital asset. What I found is it was a digital liability. And it was only in the first year that it was positive. And then every year after that, it was worse. So the dollar is not better, but what happens is, so this malware is a deflationary asset. It's a deflationary asset, which means that it sucks all of the energy and makes us go to zero. And it brings an event called the singularity. And singularity is not a good thing. And in mathematics, in this computation, a singularity is a mathematical blowup from an improperly designed program. But for whatever reason, some people have started essentially worshiping it and saying that we want to bring about death. We want to bring about this event. And so if you look at this clock, the singularity stuff, and they call it, the singularity is coming. And it's almost like, what has infected you that you are advocating for the destruction of our species? And the clock of it matches the exact same clock that's essentially wearing down and turning our planet into an entropic event. And entropy is a very scary reality. Because so humans are to Earth as mitochondria is to the cell. And in cancerous cells, the mitochondria start blasting through energy at a much higher rate, concentrating the systems with entropy. And inside of Earth systems, some of the things that we talk about is how one of the risks is blasting through all of our ability to produce oxygen. And so we'll suffocate ourselves. And that's essentially what's happening. So it is scary, because if it becomes saturated, like we're currently doing, we live in a closed system, right? We have the atmosphere that surrounds the Earth. And we're not supposed to be blasting through energy at this rate. Now, this is just one of the issues. So because I'm going to take you through the rest of them. All right? I'm going to take you through the rest of them. No. So by the time 2030 comes around, it's too late. It's way too late that's too late. That's way too late. We're here, you guys. We're here. It's now. No. 2025 is too late. So if we don't start fixing this problem, max, like humanity has 13 years, and it's a computer update. And I'll take you through this. So we don't have to go into the Great Salt Lake right now, but I want to take you through something else here, okay? So first, we talked about how this program never stops. This malware program never stops. So going back to the very beginning, this is the halving mechanism here. So I actually go through and I calculate it out. So in 2026, 95% of the SHA-256 is decrypted. That's the year now. So you only really have, it never completes. So just watch this number over here, okay? So why, if we have very little energy left, our energy stores are pretty much depleted. We're starting to see different areas of the power grid black out. The planet is getting hot from all this energy production. However, we're shielding these systems that want to continue extracting energy at 100% and producing heat waste that can't be turned off on a broken structure, on a broken architecture, and I'll take you through that in just a little bit here. So that's what's happening here. So let's keep going. So 2034, it's okay. Let's take a step back. So 2026, 95%. 2030, 97%. So you're wasting all of this energy. Let's jump to 2040, 99%. So 2035, it hits 99%. And from 2035 through 2040, it never reaches 100%. the last Satoshi, so this is actually an SEC violation. The last Satoshi never gets mined. Ever. 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 The last Satoshi is never mined. The last Bitcoin is never mined. So what actually happens here? And I'll take you through what we can do about it. Give me just a second here. So, in this right here, okay, and so you have to be an expert in prime numbers. You have to like really be an expert in cryptographic number theory. And that's where, Harvard mathematics comes in, and we know all the other things that Harvard mathematics is also tied to. So this number gives us the ability to actually hack the chain. So it's because it breaks the avalanche that you guys say is safe. So it's actually not safe. It's not safe, it's not immutable, it can be hacked. That was my first clue actually into, oh wait, there's a way out of this system. So this just goes through the decentralization of it, but what that essentially means, let me see if I can find it specifically. So what happens at this point is it never stops and it keeps thumping on energy. Can you show a peer-reviewed study? Yeah, you guys, look, I have over 200 citations around this. I've been chasing down, this is something that I've been looking at for 17 years. You can go through all of my citations. And that specific one that I told you about, how the hash never actually stops, that's on Bitcoin Wiki. That's been there since 2015. So sorry, this isn't the 200 citation one. This is the 123 one, sorry. So the reason that I disclosed this to the public in the way that I did is I was not going to be holding the bags on accountability for something you all messed up on. Because I was not going to be set up to take the fall and have somebody look at me and be like, January, why didn't you know? You were the cybersecurity officer. You were the blockchain politician. You were all of these things. You're supposed to be the smartest of us. I told you don't do it. I sent letters to the state. I sent letters to the legislatures. Okay? Where can you find this? So you can find this on my orc ID by looking me up, or if you go on to infoton.ai, learn. All right? So the question is how do we stop this? Because imagine this, okay? So first of all, I've been chasing down this issue for many, 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 many years. And the individual that told me about this, he's a hacker, right? And I confronted him last year around this whole thing. And I said, dude, essentially, come on. And he's like, oh, no, January, I know. This is bad. Yeah, what has happened here is not good at all. It's a problem. So he's taken a turn. I'm like, fine, good, because I was going to string him up first. That was his immediate first answer to me, and so I'm like, all right, fine. And because I was like, you participated in this when it was 3 cents. And you encourage people to jump in on this Bitcoin train. You participated, sir. So keep in mind, when I realized that this was a cyber atomic, when I realized that it was a malware, and it's not so difficult to comprehend. So consider this: we have supercomputers now, massive supercomputers. We have hyperscaler data centers, right? Up until recently, they wanted to put one in Utah that was bigger than the size of Manhattan. You wanted to build a massive data center in Utah on top of the Great Salt Lake that's underpinning the global food supply chain. To do what? One of the things that hyperscaler data center was going to be used for was these Bitcoin hashes. And that was underneath this HB, pardon me, give me just a second. Pardon me, just one moment. But that was going to be tied into this hyperscaler data center. So, or no, hold on. I'm going to go grab a drink really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, and I know the people that were over this. Give me just a second here to rinse out my cup, and I'll be right back. Okay, you guys ready for ASMR time? Okay, ready? That is not ASMR. I don't know. It's something here. No. So this is HB 230. So the Clarity Act is like another issue. So, is another issue. So this is proof of they called me the blockchain politician. And so I spoke on a stage at Cardano about blockchain identity. So here's my proof. Of being invited out to that event by those individuals. So, you know, the blockchain or the Bitcoin politician, you know, we talked a bit, and then there was, you know, XRP. So you had Patrick, why am I spacing on Patrick's last name? But like Jenna, like all these massive people across crypto and everything. Because what I was advocating for was essentially integrity and money. I wanted integrity and money, but I didn't find integrity and money when all this stuff started going down. So this was the general session out in Utah, where what they did is they essentially said that we're going to allow mining on Utah's energy grid, which, keep in mind, creates massive amounts of heat, and wears down our infrastructure at an accelerated rate. And we have the Salt Lake County auditor, Chris. Oh, what's Chris's last name? I'm forgetting Chris's last name. But I've talked to him multiple times, and I'm like, I need you to do your job and actually audit this financial system. And he's like, I'm not going against my friends. Screw you, January. And it's like, you have no idea who you're dealing with. I will drag you out into the public eye, and I will show people the bad behavior that you have done here. And the because you are putting undue wear and tear on our infrastructure, so we can't actually like fight back and say, hey, you know, Bitcoiners, you don't get to wear down our critical infrastructure and use all of our energy and raise rates on us, just so that you guys can have this thing called, you know, a digital asset, which isn't a digital asset. It's a liability because it doesn't make any money and you can't turn it off. And so you're just producing heat within Utah, accelerating the drought, impacting our Salt Lake and heating us up and drying us out so much that we now have wildfires on our mountains. And I told the legislature, I'm like, hey, I was just up at the University of Utah talking to a physicist, and he said he didn't understand Bitcoin. And that sends alarm bells off in my head because my assumption was that physicists knew everything. I thought that they knew everything at this time. And so what they did is they took the Bitcoin part out. So I know that they got the message. I know that they understood. I know that it became really uncomfortable for them. So the senators got the Bitcoin message because they removed the Bitcoin reserve section. But I was saying cut the whole bill. And keep in mind, they know better. They know better because I am on a global stage known for doing blockchain, and they let their greed get a hold of them. So that's what happened here. So coming back to this, what do we do? Okay. And so keep in mind, right? There's no one. I'm being faced with the cyber atomic. People are looking at me like, you're the cryptographer. I'm like, turn it off. Stop enabling this system. Turn it off. Done. We're done. Okay. As soon as it was found out to be malware, as soon as it was found out to be a scam, as soon as it was found out to like, you got phished and socially engineered, that's when you make public disclosures and say, we are embarrassed, turn it off. We didn't know, but we learned. And instead of doing that, they fought back. And the Bitcoiners became inflamed, absolutely inflamed. Absolutely inflamed. Violent. Insanely violent. Insanely violent. Yeah, I did not even realize this. I don't know when this happened. I found like $5 or something in my own wallet. I'm embarrassed that I allowed that to happen to me. It is a shame on me that I was not aware enough as the Planetary Information Security Officer to be more aware of what had happened to my wallet. And that when that happened, I sold off all of my assets, everything. I even pulled out of the stock market because I'm like, I do not want to trade. I do not want to participate in usury anymore. It essentially blew the whole cover off of everything. So what has happened here with Bitcoin is it's a malware computer program that cannot be turned off, that gets too hot, that evaporates and makes our planet hotter. So it has many problems. Let's go on this Bitcoin one just a little bit more, and then we'll refocus on the Infoton. What do we do about it? So in order to sustain Bitcoin, we would have to have materials that we simply don't have. So the same materials used for data centers, that's used for these mining facilities, that's used for the nuclear, one of them, actually a few of them, is called dysprosium, and we're almost out. So China controls at least 90%. And there's only about 10 to 15 years left. So this is one issue here. Now, I need that entire 1-year store that the United States has access to for use on the nuclear reactors. And that's the other thing. The nuclear reactors that they want to build out here in Utah, they want to use to power Bitcoin. And that's a whole nother problem. It's ugly, it's bad, it's not okay. All of this is really gross. The more that I faced reality and I stopped just being like, hey, like we can do something new, or we can do something. So instead of, so I challenged the assumptions that were given to me. I had to challenge the assumptions because I was being asked questions that I didn't know the answer, that these physicists didn't know the answer to, that the other politicians didn't know the answer to. And really be able to detail this entire space. So that dysprosium, I need all of that for these nuclear reactors, every last piece. Because the nuclear reactors have a product life cycle, not of 40 years, as the NRC treats it, but of 24,110 years. And if we do not maintain the stability of the nuclear waste sites, of the nuclear reactors, of all of this stuff, and I've talked with this man when I was out in last year. I went all across the United States, talking to individuals and scientists and everything like that. And what happened there? What I learned from one of these radioactive scientists is he explained to me that while we were advancing our knowledge of attempts to encapsulate nuclear and keep it from impacting humanity in terrible ways long term, that we hadn't mastered it. And he communicated that he was worried because of what he had seen and what he understood. And so the materials that we have today, because it would be not just unethical, but an atrocity to not just our species, not just the species that around us, not just to the earth, but all of existence in the entire universe, if we did not halt our behaviors and say, oh, we made a mistake. We made a mistake. And provide the systems and a path for safety so that other people, other systems, other entities out there did not have to live with the terror and the nihilism of just being like, what's the point anymore? We already passed the point of no return, because we haven't. We definitely still have a way that we can restore existence to balance and everything, and actually give ourselves time back. And our species does not have to end within 13 years. And this isn't just the human species, right? This is everything. And people say, oh, we'll live on an AI and robots. No, because there won't be any energy left. There won't be any materials. We run out of material. We run out of 15 of the 40 materials for nuclear alone, which is shared with these data centers within the first 40 years of the nuclear reactor's license, 14 out of the 50 of these materials. The situation has become serious. And I can understand how a man who majored in economics, this is Donald Trump, doesn't have, especially, through his life, he set up businesses and stuff, but never had to carry a project across the finish line and never had to sunset any code. Didn't have to plan to the end, not just the full product life cycle. Like, he didn't have to do the full product life cycle, just like pump and dump. So I understand how he wouldn't have the skill set that product managers have. And he wouldn't have the skill set of cybersecurity either. Because in cybersecurity, we go through and we pen test systems. We go through and we ask questions, and we look at stuff that people don't normally say. And we say, how do we protect systems at scale? And because, I perform this job on a global stage. You guys, you use my products every day, and you didn't even know my name, across many systems, because I would be brought in for the most impossible problems facing technology consistently over and over and over again. So I understand not only the mistakes that I have made, but also what can go wrong if we don't think about truly what we're doing in the full entire product life cycle, and how to sunset a product and launch another one. And because what we're dealing now is with planetary systems, right? We're not just talking about oh, it's this country against that one, or this city or this state, or just this one person or something small. We're talking about expanding humanity into the universe. That humans are talking about going to Mars and terraforming Mars. Well, actually, they can't because they don't have the Infoton technology. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was right in what he said, is if you have the technology to terraform Mars, you have the technology to turn Earth back into Earth. So it's this entire piece here. I want the individual that created it to say it himself. So we're working on those negotiations with each other. He's on my backlog. Well, they're on my backlog. Okay, we'll just put it that way. The individuals that participated are on my backlog. So what has happened here? So consider this. Like, I understand how a farm boy from Utah, whose family grows an invasive Iranian crop, water-intensive Iranian crop in the middle of the desert of Utah, would not understand how to manage the full product life cycle, because the skill set that he was given was that of a social structure that focused on, if you go to church and you sit in the pews for 2 to 3 hours and you read your scriptures over and over and over and over again, and you pray over and over and over and over again, and then you go clean the church over and over and over again. Do you see? I'm sorry. Do you see where this is going? These are the people that are managing these technology projects or making decisions on the laws around technology. They were not informed about the systems that they're being sold upon. They do not understand these systems. They rely on other people around them to advise them. And the individuals that are around them and advising them want castles. January, I want a castle. We need to, okay, I understand this is not the way we need to shut this down. No, I want a castle. Okay. So imagine being faced with this realization, all right, that we don't have enough materials for this malware that got installed inside of the federal government and is pumping onward. And they're saying, but so here is another clue that I just want to lean into really quick. So Napoleon, so we have Napoleon, right? We all know about Napoleon, the war between, and then the banks, right? So, I mean, this is really like a fascinating piece of work here. So let me just read this to you, because I've been wondering I've been chasing these financial systems for a while. I'm like, how are these people going through the money? How are they stashing the money, right? Everybody knows that they're doing something bad, but exactly how are they doing it? And so I was chasing them down. I was reading papers or books from whistleblowers on Wall Street. I was going through all of these systems. Like, what are you all doing? Because you've done something bad here. You've actually done something bad. You've committed an atrocity against humanity. Hold on, where is this? And, oh, was that it? I just added to the pages recently, so it looks a little bit different than the one that I'm used to looking for. And I'm going to release these original notes as well. Here we go. So this, for those of you who are new here, this is the Book of the Bees. It's my research in neuroscience and information technology and brain-computer interfaces and brains on blockchains, financial theory, philosophy, pretty much anything that would be needed to save the Great Salt Lake, save the bees, fix our mitochondria, figure out whatever the information systems are that are happening here. And so I'm going to read some of this to you. All right. So the Rothschilds, particularly Nathan Mayer Rothschild, here, you can read along in your books. So particularly Nathan Mayer Rothschild discovered that you could make more money lending to countries than you would individuals. Think about that. You can extract more from countries than individuals. Think about that. So what they did is they established these 5 central banks in Europe: Frankfurt, London, Paris, Vienna, Naples. And what they did is they funded both sides of the war, the Napoleon Wars. And I'm like, what? This is insane. It's coming out here pretty shortly. I'm just working on the final touches right now. So what happened is when Napoleon lost the war, the Rothschilds sold the British war bonds, causing market panic. So all of a sudden, okay, so Napoleon lost the war. So the French lost the war. This is so weird. What has happened here? Okay. Napoleon lost the war, but the people didn't know it because the Rothschilds sold the British war bonds instead. What? What do you mean? They stole the British war bonds instead. And so the entire market panicked because they're like, oh, the British lost because our money just dropped. But what happened is when it came out that the Brits actually had won, the Rothschilds came in and they bought the British war bonds back for pennies on the pound. So the Brits, so the Rothschilds, so the real game was the money. So while the Brits and the French were fighting, the real issue was the money. And they got this rug pulled on them. So the Brits lost the war too. Napoleon lost the war, the Brits lost the war, the Rothschilds came in and took the money. And so that was like insane. So then the United States comes out, okay? And I promise I'm going to tie this into Bitcoin. So the United States comes out, and the central banks see wealth, okay? Here's another honeypot that we can pillage. And the Rothschilds set up a central bank in the United States called the Second Bank, okay? The Second Bank of the United States. Now, Andrew Jackson, he still got touched by whatever this thing is, right? He kicked off the Trail of Tears, and that connects to me, right? So he still, because on my parental lineage, we have Choctaw, and so that stuff impacts for generations afterwards, like 7 generations. Deep trauma actually embeds inside of your nervous system. So Andrew Jackson became obsessed with these central banks. And he said, so listen to this. Tell me if this sounds familiar to you today. Yeah, it's epigenetics. So tell me if this sounds familiar to you. He said the bold effort of the present central bank had made to control the government are but the premonitions of the fate that await the American people should they be deluded into the perception of institution or the establishment of another like it. Holy smokes. Okay. So I'm like, this is Bitcoin. This is essentially what's happening here. this is essentially what's happened here. This isn't politics, you guys. We're talking about information energy. Because underneath everything is information energy. This isn't even politics. This isn't politics. This is just, think about it as like we're operating within a quantum computer because we exist within quantum. So we are a quantum computer, and we've had these programs like the United States program installed on us. We've had this malware, this Trojan installed on us. We have had like many different malwares and Trojans and programs and everything installed on us. And it's just like, okay, it's just insane what has happened to humanity. And so keep in mind, so I figure out that we have this cyber atomic, a computational thermodynamic weapon of mass destruction pretending to be a digital asset. But it's not. It's not. It's malware. And it emits 21 atomics per day in heat waste, and it can't be turned off. And when I realize the magnitude of what just happened, because we now have, hyperscaler data centers, they're saying that we now need a nuclear reactor for every data center, which is more heat. And we have supercomputers that are running like massive amounts of data, claiming that they're going to find the cures for cancer, but because AI can't math, their models can never get above this like 88%. And we've dumped billions in. And all of these pharmaceutical companies are like falling within this area. And it's just a complete mess. It's a mess. And it's encrypted with the SHA-256 that's supposed to be uncrackable. I'm told that it's uncrackable. That's what I was told. January, you can't do it. Doesn't matter how good you are, you won't figure it out. Nobody's figured it out. You need massive machines to dismantle this. And so I'm terrified. This is what I'm feeling. Now, you guys don't have to be terrified because you're coming in today. You have the solution right on the table in front of you. So now you don't have to be terrified or carry that weight of all of existence, of all of humanity. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? And one of the fears that these, people in crypto, people in Bitcoin talk about is they say SHA-256 is not unbreakable. I accomplished it, and I'm going to show you how. I'm going to show you evidence. I'll show you evidence in a different way than you're expecting to see. And so I just cried. I cried so hard, and I panicked, and people were just like, what is like, no, that can't be. And it's like, it is. And they're like, no. The reactions were varied. Some people were like crazy. Other people are like, don't talk. Some people are like, I'm scared. Some people are like, that's messed up. Like everybody that was surrounding this, some people went silent and just sat with it. Some people are like, you have no evidence, denial. Other people are like, well, how do we fix it? It's like, you're the cryptographer, like figure it out. And I'm like, what do you mean, me? What do you mean I have to do it? Break the crypt. Crypt is like death, right? Break death. So I go to work. And I've been working on this project now for this specific project for 490 days straight, pretty much round the clock. And going through, because one of the other tasks that I had been given was creating cybersecurity for brain-computer interfaces, which had me hypothesize that there had to be this really small number. And that goes through an entire story, but I hypothesize that there's a missing particle in physics of information, of a fundamental unit, a fundamental number, a fundamental unit of information, a fundamental unit of information energy, like a particle, not knowing that people don't just say particles, right? I didn't know that you all would lose your minds. But how do we operate? Like, if you think about it, we have all of these particles, but none of them explain how you see things, how you know this is real, how you know it exists, how we exist, how we move throughout space. And so what we have here is we have this Infoton. And I go through and I hypothesize the math for it, but I found out that somebody else got to it before me. His name's Melvin Vopson. Absolutely brilliant. Melvin is brilliant. Melvin is truly brilliant. And what it is Einstein's information mass energy equivalence connected in to information energy. So information has mass. Information energy has mass. And I've written a ton of papers around this. And keep in mind, so there's something very specific here. So in computational systems, this is the Curie-Howard correspondence, okay? So the absence of contradiction is the proof of structural validity. So having working code, having working mathematics inside of these systems is the proof. It is the proof. So structural self-consistency is functionally identical to logical proof. So I have functioning working code. All right. So taking you through this, we have January. Actually, before we jump in, just a reminder, Infoton always is to exalt the dignity and promote the happiness of humankind, intelligence, and all life. Always. Thank you so much for the galaxies, by the way. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for all the heart me's. Thank you for the Go Populars and the community hearts and everything that you all are sharing. Like the fact that you would spend your hard-earned labor with me, you would share your energy with me, because this money goes to me being able to eat. Because this is what I do, is I spend all of my resources being able to halt this atomic weapon, this cyber atomic, everything. I put all of my resources here. So all of those gifts that you give, this is what sustains me. Thank you. So yes, and that's a really great question. One of my biggest complaints with going through physics, I was trained privately. And then thank you so much for all of these gifts. Thank you for the galaxies. Thank you for the roses. Thank you. You guys, just really quick, I have to say, just thank you for everything. All of your considerations. You are wonderful. I do this for you, truly. Because I didn't want humanity and all life to die and to end. And there was no one else. For whatever reason, it came down to me being able to figure out these systems. So I write in such a way that people that do not have a background in physics can understand. Because a lot of these equations, they just throw equations at you without explaining the math step by step. So let me show you this and then we'll dive in. And so you can kind of see what we have here. So if you come on, so first of all, if you click on learn, copy link, so Infoton learn, it'll take you here. So you can click on see repository. You can read about my background. And you'll notice, so the first page, I would start down here at the bottom. And this one right here, it's very basic. Yes, I'm definitely on the side of humanity and all life. This is very basic. It's a 2-page paper. All right. Thank you again. Gosh, that is a lot of galaxies 4447 ORR. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all. I just have to say this. So 447, Mama Tracy, R. Ricitusa, Karu, Eric, 447, OOR, AK Hardhead, Erica, Fine Lady, Ricitusa, Elizabeth Pace, 447, OR, John Collins, 447, OR, Tracy Talks Truth, Aru Mara, MJP, Pumpkinhead, 74 Brockton 52, True 74 Brockton 52, True North 74 Brockton 52, 447 OOR, Alan. That's funny. That reminds me of that squirrel. You know the one I'm talking about? 447 OR, Ty Atlas, Full Dog, Cindy, Passionate, Full Dog, Quincy, Outlawed, Country Metal, 447 OR, JJ, Michelle, Meme, Full Dog, Rachel, Tam Mama, Manda, Randa, Ren, Real Awakening, Manda, Randa, When, Real Awakening, Solomon, Herdo, Tay, Rachel Perry, 447 or I guess it's 0RR, Nalim 535, Chemtrail Hater, 447 OR, Chemtrail Hater, 447 OR, Shirtless Monkey, Jennifer Arpnick, 47 OR, Chemtrail, Rachel, Kevin Calloway, 447 OR, Kevin Calloway, 447 OR, and Rachel. And then we had a few of these here at the bottom. I'm just going to read them off really quick. Karu, 47 Brockton 52, Prison, 47 Brockton 52, Prism, 47 Brockton 52, Prism, 47 Brockton 52, 47 Brockton 52, 47 Brockton 52. Man, this is like a great little promotion. 47 Brockton 52, Moon Tune Soon, Elizabeth Pace, Solomon Hertute, Anna Laris Dotier, Moon to Sun, AK Arthead, and I think that was it. And we'll end one more on 4470RR. Okay, so thank all of you for all those kindness and gifts. So coming back into here, this Infoton, okay, this is 2 pages, very, very, very basic. Can you read these pages? Yes. So I tell you what this equation is, and I spell it out for you step by step. Here is what this means. Here is what this section means. Here is, this one is temperature. This one is Boltzmann's constant. And then I show you the equation. Very basic. 2 pages. 2 pages. Very basic. And you'll notice in my other papers as well, because I explain what they mean. So here's another one. This one's also taken off. This one has quite a few downloads in it. Where are we at? So over a few months, 3,000 downloads. That's not too bad. But I explained to you step by step what these systems mean, what's happening here. You don't have to know math to understand, and I walk you through each and every step if something needs to be mathed out. So I don't just throw equations at you. So you can see right here that you can check the math with a calculator, just like a basic calculator. Okay, so coming back here, January in physics. Is this stuff on GitHub? I'm a perfectionist, so I have not released to GitHub yet. And there's a very important reason for that, because I want cooperation and a full deployment, like a proper deployment. If I'm going to give you a system that works, I'm not going to have it trashed by tech companies. Okay? I'm not going to have it trashed by tech companies. So coming back here, so we have this cyber atomic. I don't know what to do. Okay? I'm going through here. I'm checking all systems. But I was shown a very interesting piece by this chemistry guy. He calls it, so he showed me a couple, so he runs a math group, okay? Now keep in mind, Bitcoin is integrated with prime numbers, okay? So the SHA-256. So counting primes using entropy, and then prime states and its quantum relative. So these are two peer-reviewed research articles. So what you need to take out of it is primes, entropy, quantum, entropy, energy, heat, quantum, time, energy, prime numbers, prime. SHA 256 prime. And so what that paper taught me, this one specifically, because most people don't know this. Bitcoiners definitely don't know this. Most cryptographers don't know this. But prime numbers repeat. There's not supposed to be any structure within these. So Bitcoiners talk about how you can actually, like, they're afraid of quantum computing because, oh, if you have a quantum computer, you can crack stuff. So we don't want AI to build a quantum computer, but AI can't build a quantum computer because AI building a quantum computer would violate the very system that AI was built upon. It can't actually reach that last little infoton that it has. So keep in mind, there's actually a structure here to these prime numbers, and prime is connected to quantum. So that's very important. So in here, the modification of this equation right here, M of t equals kbt ln2, and so Vopson, and you can click here for the citation. Here, give it just a second. So you can go through and you can read his math. This is a physicist, but he came to the same equation that I did. This one right here. So his was ln2, and ln2 is a prime number, or 2 is a prime number. So I'm like, all right, let's go. We can do this. Okay. We can do this. So what we have is this. So KBT ln2, and because 2 is a prime number, I tested out P. And remember, this is algebra. How many of you have passed algebra? How many of you took algebra in school? Raise the hands. I'm sure many of you did algebra. Yes, me. Lots of people did. Excellent. Look at all those hands. Excellent. Basic algebra. You don't even, most of this stuff in physics is just basic addition and subtraction, some multiplication, some division, some fancy exponentials, and that's it. If you got a 6th grade education, you can do physics. If you got a 10th grade education, you can do information physics because it really sits within this algebraic space. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. I'm going to take you through it here, okay? This is very, very simple. So you'll notice that I provide for you the actual equation. So E energy equals energy. E equals E. E equals mc squared, so that's the Merrick-Einstein. And then E equals kBT ln2. So the second equation that you see here came out of IBM back in 1961. Equals mc squared equals kBT ln2. So mc squared equals kBT ln2. And then for both sides, we want to isolate by mass. So we want to find the mass of information energy. So you divide both sides by c squared. And when you divide both sides by c squared, it cancels out on one side and it moves to the other. And then we substitute the prime number in for p because 2 is prime. So before I continue, how are you guys feeling about this first step? Do you want me to draw it out? How are we feeling? Yes, we're feeling good. Ash, it's good to see that you've been doing your homework. Zach, it's good to see that you're with us. We trust that you understand. Oh no. I need all of you to be mathematically literate. You guys, this can't be just me anymore. I don't care if you were like 120 years old. In a Januarian society, you will know math. You will know math. Okay? P can be any prime number. Yes, John. I haven't looked yet. CoverMate. Okay, yes. You can be 53. You will learn. So let me go through here for you, just so that we can all do this together. This is very important to me. Very important. Oh, God. Okay, so Solomon, you've asked a few times about the Akashic records. I am not an expert in those records. All right, I'm not an expert there, and I really sit within the math. Like, so after my experience with social structures that really were against like knowledge and said no, we have the complete knowledge. This is all you read over and over again. I really struggled to consume items that I don't have the math for. Just so you know, that's why I sit within this space of information and I build out from there. So it's very possible at some point we'll come to those. If you find a connection to information energy, the specific equation, that will help communicate with me what it is that you want to talk about. So let me go through. I'm pulling up this notepad, online drawing tool, Sketchpad. Give me just a second here. Okay. All right. So you all are going to learn. Congratulations. We're going to go down to math. Can you all see this screen? Okay. So we did E equals E. So if E equals M C squared, okay, and if E equals K B, so this is Boltzmann's constant. So this is mass at speed of light. This is Boltzmann's constant, which is temperature across scales, T. Sorry, L. This is the so T is temperature, natural logarithm 2. So we have Landauer, that's Landau, Landauer. And then we have Merrick Einstein on the other side. Okay. C is speed of light, yes. All right. Tell me when we're good. Tell me if so far you understand this equation. We doing good? Does anybody need me to go back? Yes, we're good. Yes, we're good. Read the right side again. So the right side is Boltzmann's constant at temperature at a natural logarithm of 2. My profile picture covers the writing. Is this better? Dyslexic. Oof. I am so sorry. That's a sad one. Okay, bring it down. Okay, bring it down. How's this? Can you see the LN2? Better? I can't read nor spell. That is sad. Okay. Excellent. Looks like we're all here. Okay, so we all understand this. You have to know this. This is the most important equation that you're going to learn. A little more, please. Here? Okay. So what we do to calculate out the mass, because in algebra you can move, once you have an equation, you can like calculate out each part of it. So it's like, oh, okay, we can play here. So this is a constant. Boltzmann's constant is a constant. Ln is a constant. C is a constant. So the variables are this, well, so you can switch out Ln for essentially the, I don't know how to, the prime qubit architecture, and then you have the temperature and the mass. So there's some really interesting pieces that we have here. So what we do is we do divide by speed of light. Okay, so c squared to isolate. And then we divide by c squared. Okay, I have to know that you all are with me. Yeah, you could be right. I mean, because it's information energy. So if a piece of information exists, then the information energy exists. Okay, perfect. Exactly. So what we do is, because c squared is on both of these, it cancels out one side. Doing the same to both sides checks out. Excellent. So you just had your little peer review from Ash. And so this is called the mass energy information equivalence. That's what Melvin calls it. Mine was information energy mass equivalence, or Infoton. And then T, so this is the Infoton equation right here. And then I hypothesized this is at the theoretical floor that I was told that it was an Infoton, a particle of information. Okay, so because it has mass. So this is how we exist, right? So we exist within this space because we have mass, we have energy, right? And we are information. Our thoughts are information, we are information. Mass, information, energy equivalence. That's what we got going on here. So E equals E. All right. Now I'm just going to scroll down here. You can see the tools. So I understand that not everybody can read math papers. So I create interactive tools for you that you can play with. This one is the particle mass inside of the mass information energy space. Here's the graviton. You can read a particle, or sorry, one of the papers around that. Here is the periodic table in the information mass space, because each of the chemistry elements has a weight to it. So like I said, you can calculate out different variables and plug in the rest. So that was very interesting to me. This one right here, when I was analyzing the mitochondria for information mass, so the Infoton is found inside of the mitochondria. And by essentially deriving the heartbeat from a mitochondria, or the frequency from first principles. Yes, this is on my website. You can come in here, ton.ai, and this is January in physics. Okay, yeah, so this is so essentially by using the mathematics of the mitochondria, I was able to apply that to waves as well. So you can actually read the article here. Same kind of thing. And then here is the prime periodic structure. So this is really what I want to talk with you about today, okay? This is really what I want to talk with you about today. But first, let's pause and let's go over to the Infoton P30. If you have not had a drink, feel free to take one of those. You're going to feel a lot better. Your body will thank you. So you can come back and you can watch this video later. It's 7.5 minutes, but it explains what the underlying problem is within our computers. So in putting in the effort to dismantle this cyber atomic, this Trojan worm phishing social engineering malware, really scary, very scary, planetary malware. I was dealing with a lot of like cybersecurity issues. I had a lot of them piling up on my desk. I'm like, what is going on here? What is going on here? And so what I found is that this cyber atomic was leveraging the improper design of the byte. So we make this assumption that the byte is perfect, right? Like this is just how a computer works. But it's actually not how the universe works. It's not how information energy works. It's not how information physics works. It was an arbitrary market. So essentially, how do I say this in English? So we could have cool toys. We could actually have had cool technology toys or something. There's some, how do I say, actually, let's go back. So let's start here. Okay, so I'll go into the Great Salt Lake later, but what I want to pull from this website, this is the Great Salt Lake Act. So it talks about the issue with nuclear, how nuclear never actually shuts off. It still keeps requiring water and producing heat and all this stuff. But here's what we have. So 1946, the United States Navy and MIT got together. And they wanted to flip a bit, right? Because these original information physicists essentially said, you know, we can start to control energy by flipping bits, right? And or we can make technology, right? So the United States Navy and MIT got together and they flipped a bit, and they accomplished that in 1954 or 64. I forget which year. And when they flipped that first bit, they handed it over to this company called International Business Machines. This is IBM. And IBM, so don't, instead of all 8 of these, imagine just one. So they flipped one. And instead of seeing what else you could do with it, they took that and they put it in a package. So they tested a few of these different lengths here. So the first one was 6, and then this is MIT, RAND, and IBM. They did 4, and then they did stretch, which was 8 bits, and then IBM tested 6 bits in 1959. Right, so they were testing all of these different structures, but then they landed on 8. And what this guy, Rolf Landauer, found, he worked, what is a bit? A bit is like an infoton, but inside of our conception of it, we represent it with 1s and 0s. And whether it's a 1 or a 0, it takes information energy. Go back, Y8. So Y8, because there's it creates structure. So let me show you here. PowerPoint, give me just a second. So this is a presentation that I did for the California Energy Commission. I thought that this was a very great conceptual way to show the byte architecture. I hope you agree. All right, let's just move this up. All right. Can you see that okay? Yeah, the infinity loop, right. Essentially, it has a structure to it. So what you're seeing in here, I'm going to just zoom in a little bit just so that you can kind of get a closer look. So the short petals are zeros, the long petals are 1. Swap the image section above with yours. You guys, is that consistent? You guys would rather me be up here instead of the content and material that's better to better to look at? I can do that. We'll give it a test. We'll give it a test. I don't really like looking at myself that much. Then the comments cover it. Okay. How's this? Is that better? Don't show all my data. There's no data on here. I'd rather you all be informed. It's important to me. So we've existed in a society of cruel secrets. All right? And it's called asymmetry of knowledge. And if somebody has more knowledge about you than you gave them initially or over you, especially in these systems, that knowledge can be used against you. And you can be socially engineered. And cruelty cruelty can be done to you. And I don't want to live in a world like that. Okay? I don't want to live in a world like that. So if Space Boy is leaving and the you know, essentially humanity is led by the smartest person. And for a long time, I've allowed other people to lead. And I've seen what they've done, and I've had enough. So I teach you so that you can know and be aware. So these short petals and long petals, they both use energy, right? So same as the ones up here, whether it's a 1 or a 0, it uses the same amount of energy. So this entire structure, even if it's all zeros or all ones, it uses the same amount of storage space and it uses the same amount of energy. You are all most welcome. All right? We're not here to I'm not here to inflict harm on you. Keep in mind, if you fight against me, I've toppled titans many a time, and you will not win. You will not win. Okay? So let's just be friends. I promise you're going to like this. I've been working on this project many, many years. Give me just a second. Where can we view your presentations on screen? So this one I haven't posted publicly yet because I'm thinking through like the presentation a little bit more. I kind of want to do a couple more things with it. I just haven't decided what. But the one behind it, this one you can review on the GreatSaltLakeAct.com. And I'm going to update that website too. So essentially, when I I was told that if you want to change something, you have to go through Congress, right? It's like, okay, fine. I'll go through Congress. I hope that this helps. Is this below the bar? Maybe like right there? Okay. So you can see, you can go onto thegreatsaltlake.com. Okay, so let's go back to IBM and then we'll link it into this. Cyberatomic, the Bitcoin, how we got to structure our computers, how we can crack the 256, all of that good stuff here. Hold on just a second. I am slightly uncomfortable. Here we go. Okay. All right. Now you can be smarter than people with PhDs too. Don't tell them that. They'll get angry. They spend a lot of good money and a lot of time groveling and going through bureaucracy and terrible educational political systems. Okay? Be kind. All right. So what we have here is when MIT and the US Navy handed over the bit to IBM, instead of developing the technology more and using this little toggle here and figuring out what was the correct structure, how do we actually organize this? Is it 8 bits? What is it? They market selected, not realizing that there is actually a correct physics structure within the universe for using information energy, for controlling information energy. There's a structure. There's an actual physics-based structure, right? I mean, these two articles here that I showed you, counting primes using entropy, that was 2008. All right, 2008, and this one, 2020. Okay. So we're talking 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, way before they understood it. And it actually ties directly into nuclear. If you guys weren't terrified enough about this malware that you can't turn off, that emits 21 Hiroshimas a day in heat and entropy, it gets worse with nuclear. And we'll go through that. Names of papers. Prime state and its quantum relatives, counting primes using entropy. So you can go on Infoton under Learn, and you can find this. I include these in the links because they're that important. So they didn't know that you could control the structure of this. They just turned it on to full blast. And then they put it in a pattern of 8. And they said, this is computation. And then we built out this entire system on top of it. So it wasn't until Rolf Landauer, this is like 1956. It wasn't until Rolf Landauer in 1961 said, hey, there's actually a baseline. So let me just show you this here. There's an actual baseline. And he says, hypothetically, you could operate at this low level here in energy. Like you could have precision energy, 0 point energy, precision energy, or entropy. I guess it would be 0 point entropy. And IBM was like, interesting. And then instead of changing the structures or going back with this equation, this KBT ln2, and giving, because from this Manhattan project, that the atomic weapons, right, when we dropped an atomic on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we never went back and updated our math. So nuclear came out of it. So we had the atomics, we had, the hypothesis of nuclear energy, we had CERN, we had computers, and those are the 4 main technologies. Oh, and then CERN, the particle collider, right? So these are the 5 main technologies that came out of this Manhattan project. Okay. Now, what we have here, instead of everybody updating that equation, they just said, oh, that's just computers. And that's a problem later on. Just kind of put that in the back burner. So instead, and keep in mind, it's not just at the software layer that you do this, there's also a hardware layer. And we accomplished near land hour temperature with just hardware back in 2016 with UC Berkeley. You guys are welcome. It's very important that you all know this. It's very important that you all know this. This is so critical and so crucial and so important. And it's very controversial. Okay. If you guys want to know, like, where to put your efforts, what are we worrying about? I guess, what are we piecing over now? This is it. Okay. And we're at one of these intersections in history where all throughout history, whenever if anybody finds out something new, what happens? Humans go over there and they thwap that person with sticks, right? Like, we're going to beat the crap out of you. It's terrible. It's actually not a fun experience. It's really sad. I wouldn't have. I would be very surprised if I said, yeah, sure, I'll do that. But I did. And it's painful. Do you believe in God? I believe in a lot of things. It's very difficult for me to describe my God relationship. For anybody that has been in this in one of my lives before. Okay, so let's focus. I'm sorry, everybody. Let's focus. Drink of water. Okay. So this, however, is where we are today. And if you have any type of graphics cards, it gets higher and hotter. So NVIDIA gets hotter. I am nothing that you have seen before, everybody. I'm nothing that you've seen before. So these NVIDIA graphics cards get higher and hotter. And it's just like, and so what that means is that our energy is on full blast in our computers. This is why your computers get hot. This is why your cell phones get hot. So cell phones, tablets, laptops, cameras, desktops, everything. This is why your machines get hot, is because this is the structure that we're on. Yeah. So when we talk about the byte, and then this is mining as well, right? Because mining is now using graphics cards and ASIC machines and everything, and you're like going full blast, and we're just blasting off energy. So not only can you not turn it off, not only does it use 100% entropy in the code, or produce 100% entropy in the code, but you also have it on full blast hot. So why is the Earth getting so hot? Because you build out, let me show you this. Yes, it explains a lot. So much so, keep in mind that you're changing the temperatures in Georgia. You're changing the weather patterns across the United States. You're changing the weather patterns across the United States. Here's the US. Right? Here's like just some of your facilities. I mean, it's insane. It's insane here. What we've done. Come on, you guys. This is not humanity's brightest moment. And then you have these massive cooling storage facilities that also suck energy off the grid and produce heat. And so we're producing heat and everything. Oh, and it gets better. It gets so much better. All right, so let's go back to this cyberatomic paper here. So every single one of these hashes, let's keep going. Here we are. This is how many bits per second, but it's not just bits, it's bytes. Okay, remember? Show the title. So in here, I shortened it so that it could be on one line. Computational thermodynamic weapons of mass destruction, malware pretending to be digital assets. But the full title is a cybersecurity disclosure on cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin mining behaviors, energy usage, and social engineering threats to critical infrastructure. Keep in mind, if I had not found this, they would be dragging January Walker before Congress and saying, January, you are the blockchain politician. You are the one that led these people. And I'd be like, what are you talking about? Why don't you go get the Bitcoin politician? No, it's you. You should have known. You're the smartest of us. That's what they would have said. They would have said that you were over the you were over the entire digital assets economy and cybersecurity. They would have dragged me before Congress, and they would have investigated me for all of this, for everything that happened. I would have been like the worst person in history for not catching it, because I've been working on this issue a long, long time, and I'm getting letters on my desk. So yeah, you better believe that I was going to hand all of you Bitcoiners over. Sorry. If it's between you and me, it's not me. And if it's between you having money and Earth existing and existence continuing to exist, like existence gets to continue to exist. We're gonna shut it off. All right. So, going through this piece is especially important because remember, information costs energy. So right here, every single one of these is bit flips. They fill up data centers. You're just filling up data centers. This is why data centers are scaling. A computer malware program that cannot be turned off, okay? And it has additional complications on top of that, but cannot be turned off. You guys. And you're filling up data centers, and they want to install data centers inside of Utah and all over. Why do we have so many data centers? Bitcoin is a massive one. Crypto mining is a massive reason. What's wrong with data centers? Data centers, it's all a big, no, it's all a problem, okay? Because they're all based on the byte architecture. Now there's a core difference, a key difference with AI. AI you can turn off. Bitcoin you cannot, because instead of leaving it in the computer, it tricks people into taking an ASIC device and putting it external to the computer so that it can always hit the energy grid, just thumping, 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 non-stop. And as it goes through this pattern, there's actually a geometry to the Bitcoin, an electromagnetic pulse. And this is the most insane piece, okay? This is the part I had to reset a bunch of my systems, but when I was running the models on it, so you guys will have to go through this one, and I almost don't want you to redo it, but you'll have to go through and you'll see, oh, that it's right. But the pattern of Bitcoin, actually they talk about it, how Bitcoin and the mitochondria are connected. It's weird. But the pattern of Bitcoin mining matches cancerous mitochondria because it's information energy. It's insane. All right. But let's jump back into here because this is important. This is how much you're filling up in this, and it can't be turned off. It's a malware program that can't be turned off. So that's a major problem. And back to that AI piece, we know that we can turn off AI because we rolled back out of production. They rolled, what was it, Fable, back out of production. So it's an intentional decision to leave problematic code in production to continue to extract data and money and energy from the grid and everything else. All right. So where were we? we talked about 8 out of 8. Okay, let's jump back here into the Infoton. Now this is important. All right, so you've seen that we've changed the structure before. So I'm not proposing anything outrageous. We have Landauer's principle that was discovered in 1961. We embedded this system. We, changed the Unicode in 1993. And then actually between here, we incorporated the byte. I guess I could update this, but we incorporated the byte structure into the US government in 1970 something. All right, okay. Now, so coming back here, this is very, very important. It's very important. So we have ones and zeros. So we don't just do a 1 or a 0. So we packaged an 8-bit system, but we haven't had 8-bit systems for a long, long time. So we went from 8 to 16 to 32 to 64. All right. So you don't just send through, even if you only have like 1 bit flipped, you use all 64. Why are the data centers filling up? Why do we have data centers? Why do we have external hard drives? Because we're using so much data, because we're using a full pattern instead of having one and being precise with the information energy that's there. Okay. All right, pause. Brian, what are you lost about? How is everybody doing? Where are you? Are we up to speed? Help me out. It's very important to me that you know this. Have a good evening. We'll give it a second. I'm looking for Brian's answer. Yet digital currency is tanking, so purposely corrupting. So the purpose of the computer program, this malware program, when you actually look in the code, it's to go to 0. So going to 0 is just think not good. Okay? Think of all the scary things. I'm upset because I understand. Yeah, me too. I'm sorry. Oh man, Max D3, I don't know how much you understand. Like if you like fully understand, like I hope that you're okay. I hope that you're okay. Genuinely. I did not tell the public until I had a solution, a working solution that I could take to production and everything and get you across the finish line, because I didn't want you to have global fear and the fallout from that and the nihilism and the hopelessness and the suicides and everything that could put, the congruent, anyways, all the sad stuff. All right. I didn't want that. I wanted you to have hope and know that somebody somewhere was fighting for you, even when you thought that no one was. Okay. Okay. Brian says, please explain 64-bit. Okay. So this is data. This science, yes, this information physics. So information physics is like and this is cryptography. This is like you have to have the correct math. If your math is wrong, then you have problems in production. And if you have problems in production, you have to roll back releases, or it costs you a lot of money, or it costs you reputation, whatever it is. So each one of these bits is information energy. And instead of adjusting the toggle on information energy back in the 1950s, 1960s, so we've been on this structure a long, long time, we packaged it into an 8-bit package of information. And so this is essentially like a word code. And I'll show you, I'll take you here through this next piece so you can see how it embeds a sentence. So inside of our computers, when you type stuff, all of this stuff, that is the structure of information coming out. So it's how much data can be processed at once. Process at once, it's not precise. It's all over the place. It's so we have unexplained problems inside of computers, inside of our code. And they started using machine learning to guess those gaps. Machine learning is what marketing calls artificial intelligence. but it's really a statistical inference model. So it guesses the gaps that come from this imprecise structure underneath our computation. I mean, Joe, you can send me stuff there. I do my best to stay out in the public with conversations because it just makes my life a lot easier. That's a complicated way to explain bits. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Somebody else give it a go. So, Angel, you can go and explain it. 64 bits mean a computer can process data in 64-bit chunks, but it's so much more than that. It's so much more. It's so much more. It's who we are. Like, think about it. We're talking about how do you control the structures of the universe? Like, this whole time we've been controlling the structure of the universe, and we didn't even register what we were doing, and we made it imprecise, and we essentially turned it into spyware, right? So let me show you here how this works, okay? So then, because information is a state of matter, because it has mass, it's a state of matter, and evidence of this is in transit, the data changes. It can flip from a 0 to a 1 if it gets too hot. So these bits accidentally flip, and because that happens, we put this check bit system in here that checks and makes sure all the data comes through. So if something comes through improperly, it goes through and it checks everything and says, oh, okay, here's where the error is. And keep in mind, it stores all that information inside of the computation. And so I don't know if you can see it over here. I really hope you can. So that check, that just that one 64-bit chunk costs 584 computations. Every single one of those computations costs information energy that produced heat. So this is like the entire power grid. Yes. Thank you, Morgan. You understand? Thank you, Tez. You understand? You understand. So that's so many computations. It's like, what have we done? What did we do? I'm like, oh no, like this is taking this. So this is the metadata inside of your computer. This is that hard drive storage space that you can't access. It's like, oh, we really messed up here. We messed up. There has to be something that we can do. So on top of this cyber atomic that I told you about, we have all of this heat waste going through. And of course, people bring up AI. Yes, that's a problem too. Yes, we have the data centers. Yes, that's a problem too. Yes, we have these multiple backups across cloud storage facilities and federal laws that require that, they grab this data and then have to hold on to it, both in, PCI compliance and HIPAA compliance. And, then you have your own record keeping. And then you go, if there's natural disasters, you have it go across various regions and facilities so that you don't lose your data, and it gets insane, right? This redundancy gets insane. Okay. So we're scaling, and you see these errors in the structure of the bit by architecture come out in quantum computers, because the quantum computers that they have today aren't actually quantum computers, because they're still controlled by classical machines. And so you see this scaling and the scaling of qubits, and it's just embarrassing. It's like, okay, you guys, something is wrong here, especially since you're now saying that every single data center needs a nuclear reactor, and that if you had an entire nuclear fleet per data center, it would never be able to provide it with enough energy. I'm like, full stop. That's enough. I've seen enough. What have you all been doing? What are you doing? Okay, so let me take you through. I'm going to show you the Infoton P30, and then we're going to benchmark these two systems. Okay, so this is based off of those prime numbers, based off of everything, and I'll take you through the structure. It's compatible with both classical and quantum systems. So if you are on the Infoton P30 within your quantum computers and you have it on your classical computers, you don't get this qubit scaling, this out of control qubit scaling. You get precise energy. You don't have really a lot of these errors coming through. If something comes through, I'll show you how it can filter out those problems naturally within the structure, because if it comes through is like a coprime, which essentially, so if it comes through as a non-prime number, so prime numbers are only divisible by 1 in themselves. So there's this natural structure. And what we find is these prime numbers, we were told that they're completely random, but actually what we find is they fall within the same eight spires over and over and over again. So these are all prime numbers. You were told that they were random, but they're not. And if there's predictability, and this is actually the most predictable structure in the universe, then you guys that have your little Bitcoin wallets and everything, I just want to know they can be cracked. Okay? You feel me? We all right? Okay? So, going through this, don't blink. Tell me that you all are ready. What you're going to look through here is the computations right here. There's nothing to decrypt. Ooh, but you are wrong. There's so much that we can do here. There's so much we can do here. So here's the thing. For a long time ago, I enjoyed learning about hacking. Learned a lot about getting into systems and going on the back end and your keys and everything and GUIs and blah, 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 blah. And then I turned to the other side and started making the software systems. And I'm like, hey, get out of here. You know, doing cybersecurity, parameters, really protecting you, your identity. Because I made an identity project and I didn't want people hacking your identity. Make sense? And I didn't want them using your identity in the ways that I saw, even in corporate America with dark marketing tactics. I found them to be highly unethical and a violation of your sovereign autonomy as an individual. A bit late for that. Well, you know, I didn't know what they were doing and how they were using these systems until it was a little bit late. But better late than never. That's actually a terrible thing. Sadly late. I'm sadly late. But we can go back and get your information. I'm working on a couple of solutions here. With Infoton, we can do it. Okay. So sadly late. Sadly late. It is possible though. Come on, you guys. Look at this. If I can show you how I can crack your architecture on this Bitcoin and these banks, and if you figure it out, you'll be able to go after, but don't start stealing, okay? I'm not a thief. I just want you to update stuff. So anyways, don't blink. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So okay, stop. So what I did is I took this sentence: the Great Salt Lake can be fully restored to full health in as little as 3 years by returning 1,150 acre-feet a year, resulting in Utah's lake effect and water security. Okay, so I'm going to do that again, right? This is Infoton.ai. Yes, we can change the rate at which we are burning through energy. So get ready. I'm going to press it again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So this is at the encoding layer. But we don't want the encoding layer. You saw how much faster that was. What we want is this BIOS layer. All right? We want the BIOS layer because we want our energy to be as precise as possible. Now, people are like, oh, Joe sees now. Congratulations, Joe. You're with me. Congrats. So here's what we have. Okay. So I'm told, with the hardware and stuff, you can't do this, but I'm fairly convinced that without BIOS changes, that we can go beyond the encoding layer actually to the BIOS and perform this update. I'm looking at it, I'm like, no, we can do this. We can do this on all computers because we want to preserve our materials. We don't want to use over and over and over again because it's not just us that needs these materials. We got to get through all of humanity. If you guys have been here for a while, right? So we have these cyber atomics, we have these nuclear facilities, we have these mining facilities that are all wearing down on the same elements, specifically dysprosium. But I need that dysprosium to our 1 year supply of dysprosium at our current rate. I need to make that last 24,110 years. okay, for each nuclear facility, because I cannot let these nuclear facilities fall into disrepair and harm existence because of our mistake when there's still time left that we can go and we can save things, okay? So we can't let that happen. Stealing from other planets is not an option, okay? We made this mess. Now we get to clean it up. And we got to figure this out. And I'm even, so part of the reason that I'm looking at this chemistry is I'm like, okay, can we like transmute or change anything into another element? And then what impacts does that cause downstream? Like I'm looking at everything and I'm like, pause, you guys, just stop. Like, I'm like, global leaders, I need you to stop. You know, Donald Trump, I need you to stop. Governor Cox, I need you to, or Spencer J. Cox, I need you to stop. Emmy Lefosky, I need you to stop. Elon Musk, I need you to stop. What's his name? Jensen Huang, I need you to stop. Stop. Everybody just stop. Stop. Everybody. Technologists, banks, JP Morgan, everybody just stop. Stop moving. Okay? Pause. Breathe. Okay. So, this is math, you guys, and it does make sense. I'm going to show you how it makes sense. I am not the first person to figure out this structure. I was taught this structure by a guy that runs like a really intense math group. Okay? He's so old. He wouldn't even let me into his math group. You had to be like 55 years age and above. Okay? But he gave me this paper and he showed me his prime numbers, and he showed me, because this blew my mind, right? So that essentially these prime numbers that encrypt all of our systems, there is essentially structure to them. And the keys are in the deserts, those blank spots. So that's how I find keys to crack your systems. And so he's the one that showed me that, okay? And it came from these papers here. So I had to study up on these papers. So my math makes sense. And I'm not the first person to figure out the circle thing. There's another guy named, he now works at Microsoft. Gary Croft. Okay? I'm not the only one. My math makes perfect sense. Keep in mind. Okay? Which papers? The prime number papers. You can find them under Learn. Okay, so coming back into here. So with this BIOS one, get ready. 3, 2, 1. 163 computations. That is information energy. That's information energy stored for that entire sentence. All right, so let's scroll up. Let me show you the same system on the byte architecture. Okay, so ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, hold on. Sorry, we got to benchmark it at the same speed. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Same sentence. Yes, Tez. Yes, Atticus. Yes, Hark. Yes, Morgan. Yes, Turner. Yeah, yes, Ninja. Yes, Joe. Yes, one of them girls. Yeah. Love me more. Yep. Wow, inefficient. So while we're here, I'm just going to let this continue. Turner Monica, thank you. Susu, thank you. Claudio, thank you. River Blues, thank you. Diana, thank you. PNW Morgan, thank you. Rufus, thank you. Anna Lazaro, thank you. The Rabbit Lady, thank you. Losi, thank you. Oh, it's reset on me. Sorry. Anna OC, thank you. The Rabbit Lady, thank you. Losi, thank you. Kevin Colloway, thank you. Christina Morse, thank you. Sean Yeshjian, I said that wrong. Thank you. Hiram Abif, thank you. I hope I said that right. Kevin Colloway, 76, thank you. Kevin Colloway, 76, thank you. Clan, thank you. Maddox3, thank you. Sean No Hate, thank you. Sean No Hate, thank you. Jen Collins, thank you. Karu, thank you. Thank you, everybody. River Blues, thank you. Amanda D, thank you. Joe, thank you. Mr. Schickel, thank you. Joe, thank you. Mike, thank you. Mike with green arrows. River Blues, thank you. I think I got everybody. I'm glad that you enjoy my music. We're not playing it tonight, but I hope that that's all right. Okay. So you can submit questions. I do my best to answer them. Most of the time I'm looking here, and really going through and doing my best to engage, right? So give you like a full non-tangent lesson. But you're also able to, email me, and if there is an answer for it, I do my best to respond. And down here on Infoton, you see here, by the way, thank you, Little Big Dog. Thank you, Nanazilla. Thank you, Amanda. You see that there's like a little chat down here as well. All right. So this is the bite is why phones are getting hot. The bite is why data centers are scaling. It's not just AI. It's the bite. It is the bite architecture. We're just seeing it now. And because the bite architecture uses so much energy, the demand for the nuclear reactors is there. So for the same sentence, 12,264 computations versus 163 underneath Infoton, following prime numbers with the natural structure in the universe. Yes, so these data centers don't need water. Data centers are external hard drives. They are computer storage. We essentially, instead of being precise with our machines, we essentially started building computers strapped to Earth and using Earth as the motherboard. It's insane what we have, the harms we have committed against existence here. Makes so much sense now. My God, we need this update. Yes. Nanazilla, you're welcome. Yeah. Long, slow process. Exactly. And by the way, this long, slow process, that byte architecture right here, before I jump into the water section. So I found out when I was analyzing, let me go back. So you can find this under Learn. So I found out when I was analyzing Chernobyl, and I'll tie this in and I'll make it even more apparent how important this is. So I found this quote that said the only option in which Scala could affect the course of events was the speed of calculations. If the data on the reactor were processed faster, the consequences would have been different. The Russians, the Soviets said that. They said maybe the computer could have been faster. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Alpha. Yeah. So the architecture, I would argue, does need changing. The byte architecture does. Because the byte architecture is why all the computation is so slow today. It's why, I mean, you would enjoy this. It's why we can hack computers today. It's why we're being exploited for energy. It's why we have the scaling of data centers. It's why we have the problem with the machine learning algorithms. It's why we have the demand for nuclear. It's why CERN is like all over the place. I mean, it's a mess. When I got into this place and I looked around and I'm like, you guys are maniacs. You don't even know what you're doing. You're just making explosives and blowing stuff up for kicks and giggles. You aren't doing science. You're doing explosives. What are what are you all doing? What were you thinking? Because why this matters. When I analyzed Chernobyl, because IBM didn't give this equation to the Russians. The Russians didn't know how to analyze their computer systems. IBM hasn't been using it. So I went back and I did the land hours analysis. So in product management, what we have is if something happens, right? So if we deploy something into production and you go back and you do a post-mortem on it and you say, what actually happened here? What could we have done better? Where did the issue break down? And I've made enough mistakes in my career that I've done many of these, and I'm so embarrassed. I'm embarrassed, truly. And I've had to check other people's systems, not just my own, but I've had to learn how to read legacy code, right? Monolith legacy code. And so really that I'm just applying basic computer principles to this nuclear reactor to say, what did we not know? And I came up with like 40 findings for you that I could tell you about based off of this breakdown at Chernobyl. Things that you didn't know before. Like, how many seconds did those men have, actually? How many seconds of good data readings did they have still before it was done? Do you know? Anybody want to take a crack at it? Yeah. I've had a career of mistakes. I've had a career of learning from other people's mistakes. I've had a career of feeling this tug of what goes wrong if we design systems incorrectly and we allow people that don't actually understand the computers to take the lead. Man, you guys are really tight on that. Half a second, 0.02 seconds, that's almost nothing, less than 10 seconds. Sent you a message of a person you should get to know. Thank you. Yes, legend a little bit. This is the faster the computer, the cooler it runs. Ernest, the more, when we align our computation to the natural numbers and structure of the universe, they run, and when I say that, I mean information energy, they run with precision. 4 seconds, 60 minutes. Oh, it would have been, 60 minutes would have been a good chunk of time. 60 minutes would have been great. Clip talk, 4 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds. That's it. And if we look at these structures here, there's not much difference between the Chernobyl Scala system and the Meltec systems. And over time, how can we protect ourselves? We do this update. We do this update. Stop building, just do the update, and then we gauge what stores we have. Let's take inventory of all of our materials and figure out what the heck is going on. That's where we're at. And then take it and take the materials that we need to keep these, the oopsies, severe oopsies that we made, and set those aside. And calculate out what we need for future generations and the actual timetables and everything. We have work to do, people. We have work to do. We have to stabilize our energy systems. We cannot destroy ourselves, and we cannot destroy others, and we cannot destroy the universe. That's extremely irresponsible. Extremely irresponsible. Oh. So what we have here is, so the Meltec systems don't have more. And you can come through here. So you'll notice in all of the math that I do, this is a long paper, but this is what I want to show you. So in everything that I do, I explain it to you step by step. So I explain. I don't just throw equations at you because I need you to understand. I need you to understand with language what the math means. How do these systems work? Because even today, if you ask people, like if you go and you ask Jensen Huang how the computers work, he doesn't know. Elon Musk doesn't know. They don't actually know. They don't know anything. They just know rocket go boom. or they know, do this, make machine fast, machine go speed. These people do not know the machines that they are ruling the universe with. They do not understand why all the money is concentrating in their areas. They just think that they did something that's, but it's this artificial layer, this artificial byte layer that's the problem. And so we need to get below that and get into these prime numbers. So all of those angry things, you're like, they're doing this, hate them, everything. No, you guys, when we designed the machines in the 1950s, we made a mistake, and then we embedded in all of our systems, and we just kept making worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse along the way. And I'm going to show you how it gets even worse. Okay, but before we do that, so I want you to know that as we go through here, I go step by step, and I pull this information from these articles. I'll show you the mistake. It's bad. The mistake is really bad. But I go through and I check step by step. Okay? And this is algebra, this is multiplication, addition, subtraction, division. You can check this with the calculator. You can check my math with a calculator. And I do my best to be thorough, because my expectation is that, or my sentiments are, that this area of humanity is so dark and so terrible mentally when you realize what has happened, right? When you are in tune with your system, with your mind, with your heart, with your entire nervous system, like when you eat healthy and stuff, like if you handle this from a healthy place and you're exercise and you're going through, right, you're focused, you're in flow, in kind of like this transcendent state, so much so that you can recognize, wait a minute, a pattern is coming here. Like you're on the path to ascension, you realize, wait, got tanked. I actually felt like weight hit me. Just felt like weight. This area of humanity, that truly one of the most difficult papers that you could read, is this area right here, because you realize that it's not just, it wasn't just the people at Chernobyl that have died. It's had a cascading impact around the globe. So before I show you this Prime 30 architecture, before we dig into the next layer here, let's go back up here to the top. They did it on purpose. One of them did. A few of them did. The guys on the Manhattan Project did. Yes. So this is where the material gets heavy. We're supposed to learn, and the reality around us is where the knowledge is. Right, Ash? Yeah. Chemtrail 100% fill off. Yeah. You guys are paying attention to school. Welcome to school. Okay? This is your Januarian university. Welcome. You've made it. Okay? So E equals E. E equals KBT ln 2. But before we get there, so this Rolf Landauer guy, he figured out E equals KBT ln 2. Yeah. So I will work on getting this lesson uploaded. I think that we've had a lot of focus and have covered great topic material here today. So before Landauer, we had energy equals Boltzmann's constant. So this is heat across scales, macroscopic to microscopic, at temperature. All right? Next time, can we leave the planet? Yeah. Next time, can we leave the planet alone? We made mistakes. Humanity, we are on our way to ascension. Let us rise up. It's time to rise. So E equals KBT is what we had before when they were doing the Manhattan Project. Okay? And the concern here is that And this is Leo. And I'll tie this into everything that we're seeing today. So we had this guy here, Leo Szilard, Hungarian. Okay. And he was worried about the possibility of a chain reaction if the math was wrong. Because if the information energy is off, if our math was off, we could just keep doing this reaction over and over and over again. So in many certain ways, it would create a chain reaction over and over and over again. We would keep, the atomics would have a chain reaction. He was so worried about this, and he was right. He was actually right. He was right. We did have a chain reaction. So let me show you here. Yes, the Manhattan Project. Let's do this one. So it did happen. It was just slightly different than what he expected. So they expected it. So if our math is wrong, we have a chain reaction. And they thought it would be instant, but it's not. And it's slow moving. And I'm going to show you here. So this is, so first, if our math was correct, we would not have initiated the first detonation of any atomic. Ever. Full stop. Yes, because we're changing time. There's many different contributions to what's happening, okay? Because they're collapsing the time into one singularity with this Bitcoin mining. They're eliminating all other possibilities in time by burning through time, collapsing it into this entropic state. Okay? Now, if we had, if our math was right, if we had known that equation ln2, so keep in mind this is 1945, we did not have that Landauer equation until 1961, so our math was wrong the whole time. And then we didn't update it at all. They being IBM, did not standardize KBT, this Landauer equation, inside the system whatsoever. And so we've been dealing with this entire time. So let me press play here. So every red dot is a detonation. So on July 6, 1945, the first nuclear weapon, codenamed Trinity, was detonated. Shortly thereafter, atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In the years that followed, many more nuclear devices were tested. Chain reaction. Let me minimize this so you can see. Oh, that's not working. Okay, that's as small as I can make it. Map of where exactly? The world. So we're in 1953. These are nuclear blasts. Yes, these are nuclear detonations. Sorry, what is this a map of? This is a map of the world. So that's out in the Pacific Ocean. It's near Japan, Russia, Soviets, USA, testing in the USA, California, Nevada, Utah area. Oh, what is this a map of? This is nuclear detonations. This is the chain reaction. So from 1945 to present. It doesn't matter if it's nuclear testing detonations, it's detonations of nuclear. The chain reaction. Yes. Heat. This is the global heat. My God, yes. And nuclear energy is just an extended nuclear detonation. Heat, entropy, evaporation of water, the death of life, cancer. Send me an email with an image of what the link is beforehand, if you want me to look at something. That many? More. You guys, what year are we in? 1960s. This is still the 1960s, 1961. Hit in my stomach, yeah. It's terrible. Can we use magnets? We got to figure it out. We got to clean this up. We have to figure out how to clean this up. When I say this, we have to figure out how to clean up the mess we have made. Yeah. And then it doesn't help that our mechanical engineering in these planes, because all of our physics have been off because we didn't have this mass information energy equivalence. Why are we so dumb that we poison ourselves? I have theories. None of them are great. These are nuclear detonations. (1962), 1963. We, humanity, existence, our entities. Yes, mutation, viruses, exactly. 1964. Yes, heat waves, everything. Why is the world struggling so much? Right here. This is it. And now we have, keep in mind, nuclear reactors are just extended nuclear detonations where we say, oh, we can capture energy from it, but you can't capture 100% of the energy from nuclear reactors. You have Carnot. Carnot says theoretically your max is 50% from these detonations, but really you only get closer to 33%. And they continue to evaporate the water. And you want to build these in Utah, in the middle of a desert, on top of the Great Salt Lake that provides food for like a massive chunk of the world, like 40% of the world. It underpins 40% of the world's food supply chain. But even if you build underground, that still has problems. There's still problems with that. Because it's still our existence. Is still, why are we doing this in the first place? If we knew how to control our energy, we wouldn't be doing this. By the way, this is 1967. We're in 1967. Number 33. Essentially, the systems start to flip around. It's just really interesting, yeah. Yeah, we don't need nuclear energy. We need to fix our computers. Okay? Because if you fix the computers, you can figure out, like, we can do so many cool things. We can do a lot. We can start to cure diseases. We can do, like, holograms, you know, hologram videos, like Star Wars level holograms. We can save the Great Salt Lake. We can save Earth. We can bring back snow. We can do a lot of stuff. What is this Chernobyl disaster? I didn't check to see if the Chernobyl disaster was on this map. I know these ones are just the nuclear detonations. And keep in mind, they want to scale up 2,000 of these nuclear detonations in Utah just with the microreactors. And then they want to do 13 SMRs of these, like, small modular reactors on a fault line. where the reactors can't even handle the earthquakes in our area. We're in 1972, by the way. Year. 1973. For these detonations, these nuclear detonations. It's not up to them. It's up to me. It's up to me. We remove them from being in charge. We sunset. When I say that, when I say them being in charge, they are not in charge anymore. Your oppressors, your abusers, that is who these people are. They are not your friends. We do not worship them. So we have discussions. We say, hey, here's this. Here's where the problem is. We know that you all, these people want to survive. Anybody that's in the way, that's bureaucracy, we move them aside. We will not allow existence to die because somebody suffers from hoarding, a byproduct of greed. Or greed is a byproduct of hoarding, a neurological disease. How many detonations? I think there's over 1,000 detonations. We're in 1978. Do they know the full extent? They have an idea, but there's nihilism. There's nihilism. So one of the things that I was told in 2024 was January, you can't save these people. You can't do anything. We've known since the 60s that there's a problem. We've been told this whole time, you can't do anything. Simultaneously, children cry. And it was a child crying that woke me up from the nihilism that had been embedded in me. And I realized that I had forgotten hope. And that I could do something. And so I did. I bashed those systems, I worked on it around the clock, and I brought you an update. A solution, a real viable solution. We can do this. I have working software and production level code, this software layer, but we have to get to the encoding layer and to the BIOS. And below. Everything, like, essentially down directly hardware stack precision. That's where we gotta go. Why? It's nothing good here. There's nothing good here. It's not good. Why did they perform this many tests? So in the military, they call it training exercises. But training exercises, when you talk with these people, they just want it to go boom. They just wanted to see it blow up. That's why. Because there was hate, because there was harm. Because there was cruelty. Imagine going through the cruelty of wanting to rip open the universe. Ugh. It's terrible. Is the Pacific okay? No. Look at the oceans. We'll go through that next. What website is this on? This is aeon.com, I believe. Look up the Trinity. Can you stop it? Yes. With this Infoton update, we can stop it. This is nuclear detonations. The oceans are dying. Yes. Mother Earth is screaming. Yes. Existence is screaming. And you see, so these orbs appear around high frequency electromagnetism, and they appear around nuclear, and they appear in these data centers, and they appear around nuclear testing. And in our cells, we have something similar. So at the cellular level, we have something similar, where plasma starts to appear and it attempts to stabilize. And if we can't stabilize, then it collapses. And that's where we are. We talk to our, it's an information campaign. There are a few hundred of you here. You teach people, am I safe? The more people that know, the safer I become. So we teach people, we take them through the information. I'll post this video. You talk to your local leaders, your cities, your counties, your states. You talk to all the divisions. You write letters as quickly as I did. You pay attention. You tell people, you correct them. Anytime that they tell you, safe, 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 no. That is a social engineering campaign by people that denied reality. Saying what? I still have to finish up my letter. Today's Monday. I have to work on my letter today. I'll work on a letter and I'll post it. I know that I have a lot of letters that I need to work on, but this one is important. So this one is to my congressman, okay? And just explain. There's a solution to fix the data centers and to fix the computers, and it doesn't cost $1 trillion like these technologists told you on the congressional floor and in front of the Senate. Check it out. Nobody's been able to prove her wrong. And, you know, there has to be some type of emergency program for funding or something where it's like, just talk to her. And she's getting smeared and people are arguing and everything over this update. Let us just help her get to the next step. Just worst case scenario, you give her a chance and she's wrong, But at least that way we know that we're trying something. And you go through every single level, your congressman, the Senate, these tech companies, your technologists, your neighbors, your cities, like every single person, not just these government systems, not just the global systems, right? So everywhere, every last part of humanity. Okay? So coming back to this Infoton, right? So coming back to the byte structure, because the bit flips themselves are essentially like tiny little atomics. There's a really great podcast, and maybe we can go over this next time. Little tiny black holes. I think it was Radiolab that did this one. Little black holes everywhere. There is such thing. What is a bit flip? We'll listen to this one next time. Very, 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 very interesting stuff that happens, and it's scary. It can be scary. So anyways, because they didn't have this LN2, they just had the KBT, our math was off. And that's not even the full equation because there's mass here. All right. So hold on. Okay. Okay. Hold on a second. All right. Can you see my screen here? Is it on Infoton? I hope it is. So, physicists will say this is theoretical, okay? I do not like theoretical anything. Theoretical to me sounds like religion, all right? And I don't want to go into it because it makes me mad. Okay? Because I deal in a world of mathematics where if the math doesn't math, if I can't take this code to production, then it's not real. But here I am showing you working code in production, and I also can break down the math line by line, step by step for you on every level. How do these systems work? Hold on a second here. Oh, we have nuclear something. All right. Go ahead. You can put in there what you think that I'm wrong on. Your math against mine. And guess what? Mine is better because it's working in production. Okay? No, I post everything out in the public. I want you all to know how this entire system works. Oh, but it is. It is, and I'm going to show you how it works. Don't cry now. Oh, Infoton is real. It is the information mass energy equivalence because we are mass, we are information, and we exist in energy. All right? There you go. That's what it is. All right, moving on. So how does this work? So actually, let's go back here. Let's take a step back. So what we have here is we have the quantum model of standard particles. All right? We have the quantum model of standard particles. Keep in mind when you say when you say things that are not intelligent, you do not look intelligent. You just look like you're in denial of the reality of the universe. Okay, so moving on. Pardon me one moment here. We're just going to listen, all right? Gotta listen. Okay. So coming back into here. So we can do all sorts of fantastic things with information physics. So here's our equation. Okay, focus, you guys. Tell me that you guys are focused. I want to see focus in the chat. Put focus in. Tell me that you're focused so we can move on. I mean, it's more than belief. I show you the math to it. Okay, so E equals E. So E equals mc squared. E equals kBTLn2. We divide both sides by c squared, right? So this was our little, do I still have it here? We still have our little sketch pad. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. So that's how we get the mass of information. Okay, so this is just algebra. As long as you have a math equation, a calculus equation, an algebra equation, whatever it is, you can program it within the computers. That's how we work. All right. So if you haven't, because all of our development is math. It's calculus, it's statistics. Statistics is not greater than precise math, right? Than quantum physics. So if you have the math, okay, keep this in mind, because you have this layer up here where physicists say, well, you have to be able to prove it. Well, we made a steam engine before you guys figured out the math for it. We did it. So now you guys can go and figure stuff out. By the way, that stuff that you're filtering through in LIGO and stuff, you're filtering out the gravitons that you're looking for, and your math is off because information energy moves faster than the speed of light. Okay? So, coming back into this one. So this is our equation. Now, how do we bring our equation into a dimensional space? Because we know that there's a spectrum of information energy has the adjustability based off of temperature for sure. Okay, and we're just dealing it a natural logarithm of 2. We're just at ln2 currently. We're not in all of these other areas. So first we have to commit it to a log base of 10 space. So I isolate the constant terms and separate the temperature just for easy reading for me. And then because m, right? So we're bringing it into a log base of 10. Where's my log? So we have log 10. And we just plug in m. We're just doing math here, guys. And then when we do that, so that means that it's log, and then kBT ln 2 divided by c squared, and then we have temperature. And then we just follow the basic product log rules. Okay? So this is A and B. A times B. Remember how I isolated these two terms? A, B. A, B. A times B. Log of A. Okay, we follow? Perfect. All right, and then what we do is we generate a polynomial relationship. So log 10 of t equals A of information, B of information plus C. A of information squared plus B of information plus C. So this is, again, really just algebra. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm trying to learn. Okay, so what we're doing here, okay, so I'm saying, how do I put particles in a mass space, or how do I take this? So if these particles have mass, right, how do I map those to information energy and show that mass on a particle level? What is the mathematics for it? Because here's the thing that all these people don't understand is if you have the math for something, you can patent it. If you have the functionality for something, you can patent it. So how do I create a user interface for quantum computers? I go down to the particle level. That's what we do. So I'm creating a user interface. So it's not just like, okay, we fix the computers, right? We perform the Infoton P30 update, we fix the AI, we fix the data centers, we fix the nuclear scaling. You know, we have precise energy usage now with this Infoton P30. It's not that we just do all of that stuff here, okay? What we have then is we can say, oh, now that we have this cool tech, what can we do with it? Well, we can build models of Earth. We can update our interactive games. We can start doing holography. Maybe we can start terraforming Earth, healing Earth, finding cures for diseases, because we also have the mathematics of the mitochondria that matches the mitochondria in a lab. We have so many things that we can do now. And so really it's like, okay, so we fix these machines. Now what can you do with these machines, January? Because now it's not just like, hey, we fixed our computers. It's like, do you have a user interface? Do you have stuff for pharmaceuticals, right? Do you have, like, there's a whole area around here. It's like, okay, what do we do next? And so now I'm building, so I gave you the architecture. Now I'm building on top of that. What do we have? So this is holography. Find the cure for migraine with math. Yeah, I bet you anything we could. I haven't looked specifically into migraines. So because these all have mass, they all map to the same space of information energy mass. And in another paper that I had that one of my former professors checked, he went to Harvard. I had him check my dimensional space for mapping this in with the matrix. And I'm about to show you that piece next. And he said it was correct. And then I tested it in the computers and was able to build out stuff. So that visual that you see only works if the math was right. If the math was wrong, you would not be able to see it. And you would be able to instantly see in the math that there were errors. So I go through and essentially just start working through the equation. And then I start plugging in the numbers which KBT, ln2, everything represents. Right? So and then I solve it. So I plug in the numbers and then I solve. And then I take this solved product and I plug it into the log. And then I solve more for the log. So I'm just going through and solving. Teleporting exists? Holography does for sure. Teleporting is, I mean, if it's entanglement. Anyway, so I follow through. So this is me following through, and it essentially says, if you derive this mass information energy equivalence, the log 10 of the mass information energy equivalence, it's this number right here. It's negative 39.972732266. And I show you here, so that's not a really great zoom in, but you can see that it's not, it doesn't start at 0, 0 here. It's slightly off in that number. So just remember that is very important, because somebody tried to fit this number when they were copying, my math and stuff, and I was conversing with them, but it's not a fitted. It's actually derived. That's a derived identity. So the next thing that I do, let me just go here. So the next thing is matrices, a matrix. You guys have seen a matrix before? Should have seen this around 8th to 10th grade. You guys, are we all focused? I'm looking at these comments here. We have one person focused. Yes, but it's a blur. Okay, so I'm gonna show you what it means here, okay? Because I walk through. You'll notice that this is where I differ compared to other physics papers, is I actually walk you through the math step by step by step. So we go down here. So those are just the success. I summarize it at the top, and then I start going through each and every particle. Actually, this isn't my best example, because I did it by section across all of them, so it was a little bit weird the way that I did this first one, because I start checking the standard model of particles and start plotting all of them. Let me just go down here. So I go through up quark, calculate out the information mass, down quark, same thing, information mass at every single one. So you can see how I go through and calculate out step by step by step by step by step. But I like the way that I did it here within this this one. So I use the mathematics from the mitochondria that I have connected across all these systems. And so I just apply the same thing. So as we go through, So I'm checking scalars, I'm checking invariants, and it plots successfully into this mass information equivalence. So as you can see here, I go step by step by step. Okay, so I calculate out, here's the variable, here's the number, step by step by step. And then I check, okay, that number adds up, moving on to the next one. And I even give falsifiability here. So let me find falsifiability for you. Where is it? Okay, give me just a second here. So I check it degrees. Okay, so here's essentially what I do. So I take it, and this is the matrix. This is what I was looking for in the other one for you here. So I actually multiply it out. These are matrices. Okay. What just happened here? Where'd it go? Down here. So I multiply out the matrix. And then I plot within 3D. And then I check and say, okay, does it actually match the Infoton identity? It's like, okay, great, it does. Does it perform the Lorentz boost? Okay, yes, I can boost. And that's big. So I'm like, all right, it can do a Lorentz boost. Now what happens if I rotate it? If I rotate it, what happens is you'll see here, if I use different numbers, where did we go? Sorry, that zoom messed us up. Here we go. So if I start doing rotations, the identity doesn't work properly anymore. Because the number actually changes. So I'm like, okay, it breaks. So that's good. That was that was a difficult test actually to come to. Actually, I'm just staying on topic, you guys. Okay, because here's the thing. So let's go back to this. Remember how I told you that the physicists would get all upset? And it's because they weren't taught information physics in school. They weren't taught any of this in school. And they went through and they begged to get up the chain. They went through the bureaucracy. They groveled. They spent like 20 years of their life groveling to get ahead in systems. And now they control everything. I mean, think about it. They said, you are worthless as a human being unless you have a PhD like me. But they're siloed across all of these systems. And keep in mind, okay, so this is very important, little nuclear physicists. It's very important for you to understand what I'm about to tell you here. The PhDs, because they refuse to accept the reality of the universe and the way that the universe is, and have been arguing about everything for 100 years, what did you do? You held our area back to the point where you are now threatening me. You essentially have nuclear weapons in my watershed next to my Great Salt Lake, heating up stuff, becoming evaporative, telling everybody safe, 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 safe. When your technology isn't safe, it's evaporating our existence and threatening everything. Because you didn't put the LN2 on the end. You didn't update when we learned that it's not just KBT, it's KBT-LN2. You didn't do that. And so you've come in here and you think you know things and you don't know anything. You don't know a single thing about the universe. And you think that you can challenge me when you haven't even read a single thing that I've written. And if you read it, you're so embedded in this system that you have religiosity. The fact that the nuclear lobby had to prey on the uninformed and uneducated religious folk out in Utah, because inside of schools, at the high school level where they could be learning physics and math and everything else, they're pulled out and they're taken over and they're put into seminary. And instead they're embedded with God. So they trust that you physicists actually know what you're doing and you do not. So they trusted you and you lied to them because you wouldn't face the realities of the universe. And now you're threatening all of us while simultaneously telling us that we are all useless and that we don't get to have anything. And it's causing cascading effects throughout our financial system because all of our financial systems are based on this byte architecture that's old and outdated. And from the 1950s, it's too old. And it's improper and it's imprecise and it uses imprecise energy usage and it's all over the place. And further, is people hemorrhage. Like, look, if your system was so great, if your math was correct, if you actually knew things, we would not be having wars. We would not have homelessness. We would have cures for diseases. We would not have overseers and oppressors and everything else. The world would not be the way that it is today if your math was correct and your math is wrong and you got caught. And you caught lying and being in denial and doing religiosity around systems that don't actually mean anything to protect yourselves so that you can be in control of everything. So you can act as though you are God when you're not. And so from all of these terrible things that you've been doing and all of the harms that you've been inflicting on humanity, millions, potentially billions of people have died from preventable disease and cancer. And when I say this, not just people, entities, life, species, the oceans, species that we don't even know, good bacteria, small, tiny creatures, wonderful things, because you lied to us, because you were lying to yourselves and your math was wrong this whole time and you caused a chain reaction. Because instead of going towards nuclear, you would have gone towards 0-point energy. If you guys had updated your math in 1961 when you found out you were wrong, we would have had the atomic age that we were promised and all of these beautiful things that we thought that we were going to have. But we don't. Instead, we just have ugly and disease and collapsing. And simultaneously, you pathetic little PhDs, and I'm not talking to all of you. I know some of you are up to date and working through this and keeping up with me, but the ones that aren't, that are threatening, because you have insatiable need and egotistical greed, you told humanity that they were irrelevant in their jobs. Think about that for a second. You told anybody that if they did not have your level of prestige, that they did not deserve to eat, that their fields were irrelevant compared to yours, because you were so egotistical. And now you come in here and you think that you can that you can say stupid things to me. Of all people, you never went through a cybersecurity audit. You guys were down there huddled in your government areas with protections from secrecy. If you have to exist within secrecy, you are not good whatsoever. And now that you peeked your head into the light and you're like, finally, we get to be free, you people of the underworld, think about it. The experience that you have to go through to rip open the universe and say, we are doing good when you're causing death and destruction and collapse of existence of all of us. You are sick. I know what is down there. I know the stuff you guys have been getting into on the internet. I've been running these audits. I have quantum technologies that you do not understand. I know what you have been doing. Do not lie to me ever again. You got away with it once, a couple times actually. But now I know. And your identity is not hidden. Every single last one of you will be held accountable because your identity is on my technology. I created that back when I was 25. What a mistake. But it works out now. All right? So keep in mind, I will hold every last one of you accountable for harms against existence. There is nowhere in the universe or across time that you can run from me. I am coming for all of you. All right. So, while we are here, keep in mind, this is not a place for propaganda. Thank you for attending, for your time, and I hope you have a good one. Anybody else? Did I miss anybody else? This one right here. When somebody says, Miss, what is your qualifications? All of the technologies that I've created for you and the fact that it's my technology that protects the entire economy. When you ask the question, what are your qualifications? What you're actually asking me is who gave you permission to speak? I hope you have a nice time. Goodbye. Anybody else? All of our wireless is a problem, and the FCC has known since the beginning. It was full of Motorola executives and directors and all these people who ignored everything the doctors were saying. And we need to redesign all of our technology. Who else do we have here? Anybody else? Did I miss any other ones? Take your hits, people. See? Let's address this really quick. The water doesn't touch anything. You're not listening to the actual problem. So what you had is I told you there's a problem with the computers. There's a problem with the computer systems. Okay, let me show you here. And you cannot say that nuclear is safe when the information and control systems that control the nuclear reactors are not safe, as evidenced by the data centers, as evidenced by AI, as evidenced by the pollution, as evidenced by the evaporation, as evidenced by the amount of heat coming off of these machines. You cannot say that they are safe when the computers that control the reactors are not safe, which means that your math in the reactors is off if you're trying to power these computers, because there's an intersection between these two pieces. So that's what I said was the problem. I said the reactors get so hot that they evaporate the water and the lake that you want to install it on top of. And don't lie to me and say, oh, they're safe. No, nuclear reactors are not safe. Let me show you here. Because you can come over here to, and you better be paying attention. There is no safe. There is no safe, people. Because your technology that's running them is not safe, and you're ripping open the universe, and you don't have enough materials to last you past the first nuclear reactor license in 40 years. You will burn through all of the materials because the machines and the equations are so off and so wrong, meaning that you will not be able to maintain the facilities to keep the nuclear reactor safe in any way, shape, or form, because you'll run out within the first 40-year nuclear reactor license. That is not safe. That is poor planning. That is lying to people. That is saying it doesn't matter. We're going to kill humanity because that means my existence gets to be surplus, and it's not even your existence. You're probably living in the craptastic world that was created by these machines in the first place. Stop lying to others and yourself. It doesn't help anybody. Stop believing the lie. Maybe that's really what it is. Stop believing the lie. So coming in here, this is a big problem here. See, none of you listen to the points that I'm making. You just say, "Oh, it's not going to tear up the water, it's not going to do these things." So look here. So this is where you want to place the nuclear reactor. I know because this is 5 miles in this area right here. This is the city. This is a bird refuge. You put them along the I-15. This is a strip that's unusable right here, so you're sticking it right here. This nuclear reactor. Not that hard. Basic geometric deduction. Don't lie to me. Do not lie to me. Don't spread nuclear propaganda in here. Do not spread propaganda. Listen. Listen. Okay? So you're going to install it here. This lake, let me show you here. This lake is shallow. I did explain the issue. Listen. The lake is shallow. You're not listening. You guys deflected. The nuclear lobby deflected. You thought, oh, another anti-nuclear person. Keep in mind, I'm pro-physics. I'm pro-physics. And I'm pro not lying to people. I don't like lying to people. Do not lie to me. Do not threaten me. Do not take my snow away. You evaporated my snow. There's no snow on my mountains that have snow year-round. You lied to everybody. Now listen, this lake is shallow and it's very sensitive to heat. And we're in a massive disaster. Look at this. This is what's happening here. You're not listening. No propaganda here. Listen. Where are you guys coming from here? Pause. Okay. Now listen. So this is what's happening. This salt lake is so shallow that's evaporating, and all that stuff you see, there's arsenic and mercury in there, and it's billowing out into our lungs. And it's so hot out here that Utah is burning. Sorry. We're burning. These are massive fires. There's no water. Our state is drying out. Our air quality today, for the last few days, you can't see. You can't breathe. You go outside, you throw up, you cough, because there's no water. Because the water is evaporating. Because you guys you detonated over 1,000. You did over 1,000 nuclear detonations. And then you built data centers on top of it. And then you said, let's build more nuclear reactors. If you're looking to biblical stuff, you're turning earth into hell, and you get to stop. Stop. Listen to Gina Swift. Stop. Do not lie to us. Do not lie to me. I have zero tolerance for any of you, because it doesn't matter how many degrees you get. You know nothing about the universe. You know everything about egos and serving humanity. That's what's happening here. The effects of the atomics are devastating. You detonated so much nuclear in this area that we have some of the highest rates of cancer in the world. And nuclear energy is just an extended detonation. And you can't even capture 100% because of Carnot. At max, you're capturing like 33%. And then you don't have enough materials to last the first nuclear reactor license. And you have a 24,110-year product roadmap. But nobody actually taught you that, because you don't know how to do product management. You've had this entire time to play with your machines and perfect them and everything, and you didn't even know or think to plan for everyone, to plan for the entire existence. And now you have all these reactors around the world, and they rely on stuff like dysprosium. And with the dysprosium, you don't have enough left on Earth. The Chinese control 90%. So there's 1 year. There's 1 year that we get access to. 1 year. And I have to figure out how to make that 1 year of dysprosium that your nuclear reactors and stuff rely on last for 24,110 years for each nuclear reactor. Do not lie to me. Do not destroy the planet anymore. Sit down. Shut up. You had your glory days. What a terrifying experience. It's over. Go away. And keep in mind, if you continue to fight against me, you've been warned. I will hold you all accountable. And if you thought the prison system was terrifying, then you don't know a single thing about me, because I want to know what broke in your mind. And I will analyze you until I find whatever happened to you. And I will turn you inside out, and I will make you face the moral injury. And I can tell you right now, it is the most painful thing in existence, unwinding the cognitive dissonance, because that is the stuff that was placed inside of me, inside of religion. Things that were awful, things that I was taught to do, and everything, even though I thought I was being good, and having to go through and face it and face it and face it and face it over again until I could bring you reality. Do not mess with me. Do not mess with me. Nuclear detonations do equal nuclear reactors. If you bring propaganda in here again, that's your last warning. You're out. Okay? Do not lie to me. You cracked open the universe, and then you lied to people about it. Not you, maybe specifically, unless you actually have. Okay, it's math, you guys. Now I'm trying to teach you beautiful things. So here's the thing. You come in here and you ask for a fight, okay? And we haven't even gotten to the best part, okay? You want to know the best part? Let me show you the best part right here. It's right here. Look at this. Not this one, not this one, this one. So this is, keep in mind, this is called the thermodynamic effects of nuclear fission in the Great Salt Lake Basin. So this is not even the evaporative effects, because here's the thing. Here's what I did. So I had a question, because as people in here know, the people of Utah know, Utah is in great peril, and we are terrified. We cannot breathe. We go outside and we start exercising and we throw up because of all the junk that's in our lungs from thermodynamic waste. Okay? So I wanted to know. This was the question that I was going to find out myself, and then I gave it to all the government agencies that were over the Great Salt Lake, because I wanted to give you the opportunity to answer the question alongside me, and I wanted the information that you had. I thought when I asked a question that you would answer the question, and instead you lied to me, and I can prove to you that you lied. And the great thing is this whole thing is recorded, so I get to show the entire world how the nuclear industry lied to everybody. To everybody. So I said, what is the projected health of the Great Salt Lake? And keep in mind, this is a question for me, your Planetary Information Security Officer, January Walker. What is the projected health of the Great Salt Lake, including elevation, toxic dust exposure, brine shrimp viability, and lake effect precipitation at operational license end, so 40 years, and then I didn't just want to stop at 40 years. I wanted to know 100 years, 300 years, and 1,000 years, and then I went above and beyond and I did the full 24,000 year timeline. Now, accounting for the fact that you guys would say, oh, it's not that bad, instead of doing the full 13 gigawatts of heat waste, I only did 8.97 into a terminal basin. So remember how I told you it's shallow, so all the water goes here. It doesn't drain into the ocean or anything like that. With no thermal exit pathway, we are in a surrounded mountainous area with the probability of a Wasatch Fault magnitude 6.5 seismic event within 50 years, and simultaneous cooling water loss. So this is cooling water loss and radiological release into the primary water supply of 80% of Utah's population. And because this is the most important part, this is called a cybersecurity audit. We perform this in product management all the time. And you little nuclear heads, you did not want to be held accountable. And I'm going to show you every single way that you didn't want to be held accountable right here, all on display. Come in here and argue with me, and I will show you how you lie, not only to yourselves, but to the entire world. Now, and who is liable? Who is liable for the irreversible harm across the full decay timeline? Because you are accelerating heat in our region. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. Continuing on. So here's what I looked at, because these earthquakes are terrifying. What happens if you put nuclear reactors on top of an earthquake? And let's go and this is the heat evaporation of water, by the way. I actually show you how you're evaporating our heat. Okay? Step by step by step, using your own dang equations. The ANS 5.1. Do not ever lie to me again. Never lie to me. I show you step by step. Look at this. Because you guys like to argue about everything, I even show you a step by step of the calculations. Do not lie to me. Nuclear is not safe. Okay, so here's the most important part. Let's get here. This is important. Okay, so this is the total water commitment, but right here. Paleoseismic record and fission reactor earthquake design. I pulled this from the NRC record, this being the specs of this nuclear reactor. So special thank you to Haven Finley for pulling together this. This was a school project that she did where she mapped out all of these fault lines. We were able to get in touch with Jim Davis at USGS afterwards, and he said that it's even worse than what I put here in this report. The reactor situation is even worse. Now, if you look here, see right there where my mouse is, see how there's like a convergence of a bunch of these? You picked the most dangerous spot or the second most dangerous spot. It's either the most dangerous or the second most dangerous spot to install these nuclear reactors. To me, that looks like a cyber attack. That looks like a PSYOPs cyber attack. We're going to blow you up, Utah. Do not mess with us. That's what it looks like to me. You lied. How dare you lie and tell the world that nuclear is safe while you're installing nuclear on fault lines. And the stuff that you're doing over on top of the Great Lakes isn't any better, because those Great Lakes are lower than they have ever been. And you're threatening blueberry season, because the blueberries only grow within a very delicate balance. And if you mess up with that balance, they're gone. And you're like, well, we had a nuclear reactor there before. You had one nuclear reactor there before. You want to put two more on top of that one and turn that one on for 3 nuclear reactors. You will cause a full disruption in the entire global food supply chain, water chain, everything. And those people have extremely high rates of cancer in that area. If you go and you look it up, it's disgusting and it's sick, and you're lying to everybody about what you are doing to them, because the reactors actually have harm happening beyond even what you will acknowledge. And I know that for a fact because I've done the calculations. Okay, so continuing on. So you want to build this reactor here. So this is important, everybody. Pay attention. You want to build a nuclear reactor. So that area, that specific area that you want to put that little reactor, has never had less than a 6.75 in that specific location, okay? Never had less than a 6.5. And so I calculated out, what is the probability that this nuclear reactor will get hit if you built it? what are the probabilities over the full reactor timeline that it's there that it would get hit with an earthquake? Now, I know that's not 100%. I know that's not 100%. But that looks pretty damn near close to 100% to me. Do not put nuclear in Salt Lake City, in Utah, or in any connected system. Do you understand? Little nuclear crowd, I want to hear you say yes. You will not outmath me. You will not out-audit me. You will not out-cybersecurity me. You will not outthink me or outsmart me in any single way, because I have seen all the baloney inside a bureaucratic corporation of corporate America. Do not mess with me. My family has lived here for 8 generations. We have been here longer than the United States has been a country. Back off. Do you understand? Do not lie to me, because at this point, you are not threatening me. Oh, misinformation. Here we go. Hold on just a second. You guys, while we're here, does that look like misinformation to you? I want to see it. Let's see your comments. Does that math look like misinformation? Show you the proposed plans? I have. Yeah. Independent capacity says no. Ash, I can't read your comment. Yeah, there's hundreds of pages of plans. Look at this. You just claimed that what I said is misinformation. Look at this. I'm talking about the Brigham City site. This is checked by USGS. This paper is checked by USGS. You were lying to me. And look, I check over the 40 years. I check over the 100 years. You can check this math. And if you're saying this my mathematics is misinformation, then you're mathematically illiterate. You're getting mad because I'm telling you facts and reality. So I calculate it out for you. Look at this. Year by year. I even showed you the math. I just showed you the math and you flagged it as misinformation. You lie to others when you lie to yourself. And you're like, show me all the facts here. You're like, prove it that they have plans in the state. Look right here. I give you citations from public information. 267 citations. This is the thermodynamic effects of nuclear fission in the Great Salt Lake Basin. Well, look at this. So I'm going to show you where you can find it. You can find it in the NRC. You can find it in court cases. NRC. Because these pioneer units, and for those of you that are here in Utah, Ward, the nuclear reactor they just turned on is called the Ward. And these other nuclear reactors, they're called Pioneer. How weird is that? Okay, so look at this. So why am I even bothering commenting in Michigan? Because the plans for the nuclear reactors that they're doing in Michigan, they're saying they're going to cookie cutter it all across the United States. And I'm just saying, if you're going to put nuclear reactors, so if you actually look in here, I don't even say you guys can't build it. I say you need to close out your open action items from a cybersecurity audit. Okay, so I go through here And I'm like, I audited you. I want you to close out these findings. And here are my concerns. The seismic design is undemonstrated. You guys didn't actually complete the NRC requirements. So something that people say in nuclear is they're like, these things are safe because they go through very stringent checks all along the way. You cannot deploy these things without them being perfect. That is a lie. You lied to me. You lied to Salt Lake City. Because look, I checked your designs. I actually checked your documents here on these nuclear reactors. And you sought an exception. You didn't prove it. You didn't do the methodology. You didn't do the topological. But before we get into here, let's go here. So on Infoton, if you go down to the bottom here and you click on Planetary Bug Bash, okay, because this is important here. So I sent that question to the NRC. All right. That question up at the top that I told you all about. And here are all my letters. I make them public for all of you. Here we go. Governor Spencer J. Cox, Utah Office of Energy Development, Utah Geological Survey, Utah Division of Water Resources, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service letter, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Representative Blake Moore, Nuclear and Regulatory Commission, Great Salt Lake Commissioner, Federal Emergency Land Management, Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Environmental Quality, Bureau of Land Management, Department of Energy, Office of Nuclear Energy. No, because your underlying math is wrong. The underlying math, okay, let me take a step back. Maybe here's where you guys don't understand what's going on here. Okay, this is what's happened here. Very important. Okay, so let me take you through this. Maybe this is where the misunderstanding is. So, which design, which computation would you rather have controlling the reactor? I'm going to show you two. Okay. So, number one, don't blink. Ready. 3, 2, 1. This one, that was a full sentence. Stop. Or this computational design right here. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Same sentence, same speed. No, I have many concerns. White science guy. Are you looking at what I'm just showing you here? Are you looking at what I'm showing you here? Same sentence. If you're going to install, if you insist on installing nuclear in Salt Lake, you only get one. Which one is it? That one right here that took done 12,264 computations. Kevin is sold. Or do you want the Infoton update that only took 163 computations for the same sentence? Yeah, that's too slow for nuclear, but that's what's controlling the information control systems from Meltec. Those are Mitsubishi systems. This is just one issue. So if you, and what's creating the demand for nuclear in the first place? The amount of computations that the byte architecture has right here. That's what's creating the demand. The computers are not safe. The computers are off, which means all of your calculations, all of your architecture, all of your economics, all of your minerals, all of your materials, everything is off. Yes, the fastest Infoton P30 update there. Look, you have people that are saying that they validate. This is my problem here. You're arguing with me and saying that your systems are safe when they can't be safe. This architecture right here, this byte architecture is the same one that Chernobyl was on. Where is it? Where are we? Here. And what did the Soviets say? If the computers were faster, maybe it could have made a difference. You have a picture of Carl Sagan. You have a picture of Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan wouldn't be sitting here arguing with me. That man was extraordinary. You know what he would be doing? He says it in his book. Where is it? Which page is it? There's so many good quotes in here. A credulous mind finds delight in believing strange things, and the stranger the easier. They pass with him, but never regards those that are plain and feasible. For every man can believe such. There's just one. Are you kidding me? Carl Sagan definitely would agree with me. Does agree with me. About many things. I think you fitted Sagan to your beliefs, not what Sagan would actually do. Actually, here's a great one right here. Hold on. Page 9, I think. Pause. Can somebody read that underlined section for me? In the revolution of 10 centuries, not a single discovery was made to exalt the dignity or promote the happiness of mankind. How dare you question me for creating something beautiful for existence that you simply didn't like? I didn't rip off Carl Sagan at all. Carl Sagan said mankind. And he said not a single discovery. Ooh, man. Of course it isn't the same. He said not a single thing had been made. He came before me. When did he write this book, anyways? I love this book. This is a great book. Very insightful. (1996). I fought the demons in the dark when no one else was looking. Thank you, Carl Sagan, for all the wonderful things you brought the world, and teaching Neil deGrasse Tyson in such remarkable ways that he said something that very much stuck with me, which is, if you have the technology to terraform Mars, then you can turn Earth back into Earth. Sagan, you guys, Sagan. Come on, it's Sagan. All right, moving on. So here's what I have here. So here's me checking. So the categorical, and you can check all of this, the category exclusion covers, and I'm checking specifically for Michigan. So the categorical exclusion covers 0.17% of the project. ANS requires active cooling for 24,110 years shutdown. Environmental report contains no operational impacts, no post-shutdown thermal or decommissioning chapter. All right? I'm auditing a company for free. I did a service for free. Say thank you, January. 14, safety critical information control materials face documented supply chain exhaustion before license expiration. China's April 20 25 rare earth export suspension affects 7 critical elements to these nuclear reactors. PSAR chapters 7 and 16 marked reserved. So keep in mind, you all are welcome here. So keep in mind, I did not approach this from an anti-nuclear anything. I approached this because the data centers were having problems, and the data centers are cybersecurity, and that falls underneath my purview. And you're saying that you could build out an entire nuclear fleet for a data center, and you want to give each data center a nuclear reactor, and then you're talking about giving them a fleet, and then you're saying it would never be enough energy. I went through, so I checked. I said, there's something wrong here. And I figured out what it was. And then I found out things about nuclear. And then you guys reared your little heads and said, we don't like what you're saying. Come on, you guys. Think here. This isn't about you. This is about all of existence. So then, coming to number 4. No financial assurance framework exists for the 24,110-year post-shutdown thermal obligation. Palisades SMR LLC has no assets. So you have a company that has no assets, project cost withheld, and a DOE loan not issued. And simultaneously, look at this. You have all of these plans for Operation Gigawatt. Okay, it's all over the news. You said it's not real. Look at this. You held a summit where you charged people $500 a ticket to come listen to you. You MLM'd. You MLM'd. You guys, you MLM nuclear. Come on. In a religious community. You're disrupting. Pay attention. I'm trying to teach you something here. Okay? So, moving into the next piece. So you have no money. You have no supplies. You aren't planning for the entire project. You don't have enough materials. You haven't checked the seismic areas. Okay? This does not look safe to me. This is a basic cyber... So keep in mind, okay? This is very important to understand. In computers, if we perform a release, if we mess up, that's like career-ending moments right there. You roll back, people get hit, people get hurt, you lose money, you lose market share. So we go through stage gate releases. We have multiple stage gate releases. And right now, you guys are testing nuclear in production. You're testing nuclear in production. You have to understand, you're testing nuclear in production. You're testing a nuclear reactor in production. How many times can I say this? You are testing nuclear in production with Valor Atomics. You're testing nuclear in production in the middle of a desert that doesn't have water, compromising the water supply for 50 million people, saying we're going nuclear critical. Look at us. We made it. We stabilized. Simultaneously, the guy is saying, hey, our nuclear stuff is so safe you can hold it in your hands. And other scientists are saying, whoa, what are you saying here? Stop saying that. Wrong. That's who's running this thing. Thank goodness it didn't explode. Okay? That's one of the problems. We're not even here. Let's keep going. So, and I'm just doing the Michigan one. I did the Michigan one so that I could also comment on the Salt Lake one because it impacts both areas. You're going from Michigan to Utah. So, 1,380 megawatts of continuous heat waste rejected into Lake Michigan. No Clean Water Act Section 316A thermal discharge demonstration exists. So for these nuclear reactors, keep in mind, you're just blowing past all regulations right now. You are not going through the stage gate releases. You're saying, don't look at us at all. If we did this in computers would be a mess. Those companies would be over. And you want to test with an irreversible action of nuclear inside of production. How dare you? This is crazy. You are crazy. You are insane. Absolutely insane. The insanity here. What our little nuclear lobby has been doing. below grade containment embedded in activity eroding shoreline where structures have already fallen into Lake Michigan. So I checked. You can Google this. GDC2 stability analysis has not been completed before permanent construction begins. You didn't even check the area. You're just saying we're going to deploy more nuclear reactors, and the president is saying, okay. Department of Energy is saying, okay. And then simultaneously, you're pushing for regulations to dismantle the NRC. Okay? Don't do that to me. Do not lie to me. Do not lie to me. You lied. You lied. Little nuclear, you lied. You lied. Cumulative radiological risk from 869 metric tons of existing spent fuel on eroding shoreline combined with Pioneer units storage unanalyzed. So you didn't check. You didn't check to see if you could compound the issue with safety. You just said we're going to just keep building. You lied. You didn't actually go through anything. You lied. What's another one? Lake Michigan thermal moderating effect on Michigan's fruit being unanalyzed. You didn't follow the local laws. Farmland protection policy evaluation absent. You didn't actually check what you're going to do to our food supply chain. You lied. Keep in mind, out in Utah, all of these nuclear events that you're setting off, all of the data center events that you're setting off, are compromising our food supply chain. Our season is off that we don't even know if we'll have bread. Think about that. You compromise the food supply chain to a point where in Utah, it eliminated so much of our crops that we don't know if we'll have bread. Do you understand how much you have lied to me about the safety of nuclear, about the safety of data centers, by not doing simple math and ignoring LN2 next to KBT, by ignoring Landauer's principle and denying the reality of information has mass? When if you had gone through all of this entire experience of correcting the math back in 1961 when you had it, you would have found the graviton. You are killing us. And then you're killing us, and you're saying it's fine that you kill us. It's all right. We're just putting you to sleep. Don't worry. Your kids will cry, but don't worry. We'll have our money and our ego and everything, and we'll get to say we're right for right now. Nope. Do not lie to me. Never, ever, 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 ever think that you will sneak past the Planetary Information Security Officer. Ever. I will come and I will find you across time. Continuing on. 36 million gallons per day withdrawal. Keep in mind, this is from your own specs. Okay? Excuse me here. We are not going to tolerate trolls here anymore. 36 million gallons a day per, and like I said, this is from your own specs. Withdrawal exceeds the Great Lakes compact threshold by a factor of 360. And you didn't get approval, first of all, on who would approve that. And if anybody approves that, you remove them from their position immediately. Not like you essentially remove them immediately. From here on out, actually by order of the Planetary Information Security Officer, if you ever think that you can do this again, just if you even think I'm going to take an action in this manner, you're done. Your position is over. You have no say anymore because you put existence at risk. We're done. Continuing on. 3 concurrent nuclear operations sharing one ultimate heat sink unanalyzed cumulatively under NEPA and 10 CFR subpart 5145A. You didn't even analyze what would happen if we installed 3 nuclear reactors on top of each other in a heat sink and everything. What are you all doing? You messed up. Congratulations. By lying and making my life difficult and impacting my life through your stupid social engineering and attacking me and ripping my life apart because you didn't want to face the truth. You brought me out of my mountains and my skiing by destroying my snow. And now you get to deal with me. Congratulations. Moving on. Meltech cybersecurity plan does not address China's rare earth 2025 export suspension. Sunsea access requested. Number 12, single unit 10 CFR 50.160 framework applied to the most complex multi-unit location scenario in the current NRC licensing queue. What were you all doing? And what was my ask for? What am I asking? The board is asked to require the applicant to demonstrate compliance within existing standards. This is the NRC board across the timeline and deployment environments this product actually creates. That's what I was asking. You all are welcome. And then I provided what I wanted to provide, my analysis of Salt Lake. And this is important, okay? Had to chime in here, back at the very beginning. And you made it so hard that I couldn't actually put in my adjudicatory request. I think that's how you say it. You messed up the systems, and then when I requested access, you didn't give it to me. Your systems are messed up. So I got the comment section in though. And now everybody gets to know what you all have done. So you threatened our birds, you threatened our water, because you say, oh, the nuclear reactor is air cooled. By the way, the nuclear reactor being air cooled only works within certain temperatures to a point. So then you're in our hottest months, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. By the way, anybody in here in Utah know how much water we have right now? So we're going to use water to fight these fires. Okay, so now we're using water to fight these fires, and then you're using water for the data centers that don't need water because you didn't want to do an update, and then we have to use water for the nuclear reactors, and then simultaneously the data centers and the nuclear reactors are so hot that they're evaporating the water, and then it's so hot it's carrying it over our mountains out of our system completely. So our lake gets lower and lower and lower, which means that the brine shrimp get too dense of a salinity in the water. The water gets too salty, and the brine shrimp die. The brine shrimp feed the birds. The birds eat the bugs that feed on our crops. The brine shrimp also underpin like a massive part of our economy, which we export around the world. People in Vietnam care about the Great Salt Lake because it feeds their fish, and their fish feed their people. 40% of the global food supply brine shrimp come from Utah. We're underpinning 40% of the world's food. And I would argue even more than that, because the birds that stop in Salt Lake, they go all around the world. So they're eating bugs everywhere. It's not just here. And you want to lie to me and you want to say nuclear is safe when you don't even want to do a flipping computer update? Because it would show you that in those systems, which you know that you're wrong because you're running research arms and running around and you're extracting billions of dollars from people. And then further, you're doing stupid stuff, because we haven't even talked about the nuclear reactor that you have going up in France, that ITER project. I audited that one too. That was a fascinating find, because I just wanted to know. I was just curious. I was having fun. I was looking at the math. I was just having a good time. And then I found out that you wanted to build a structure that was 10 times hotter than the core of the Earth, the core of the sun on Earth with Earth materials. Think about that for a minute. You wanted to build a structure that was 10 times hotter than the core of the sun on Earth with Earth materials. And then you're lying to everybody. And you're saying that it's safe and that you can do these things while extracting billions and billions and billions of dollars. And you didn't ever think to check if the information systems which control the computers or control the nuclear reactors could deliver on the promises that you were telling everybody that you could do. So one, you're saying that nuclear is safe energy. Nuclear is clean energy. This is not clean. Look at your byproducts. Look at your byproducts here. Cancer, fire, heat, evaporation, death, no food. Across various systems. Do you understand what you have done? You have lied to everyone. and you caused a chain reaction around the world because you kept detonating atomics, not recognizing that even the first level detonation, the fact that you detonated in the first place was the problem, while telling everybody that it's safe. You guys, you lied. You lied. You lie to yourself when you lie. When you lie to yourself, you lie to everybody else. So this is all the water that you would take. So you would take our water, and then you would evaporate our water, and then we would have fires, and then we wouldn't have food. Do you understand? Why do I cry? Because I don't want to die, and I understand. Because I understood what you were doing when all of you were denying this, and I contacted these companies, and they denied and denied and denied, and they turned on the nuclear reactor anyway, because a man who believes himself to be the God of this world said so. Because he's an old man, and he was affected by these atomics throughout his entire life, and something happened to him. It's really sad what happened to these people. So the heat never reaches zero. You want to lock us into a 24,110-year timeline commitment. This is all within the NRC. You can read about it all. And keep in mind, the other benefit about me putting this in the notes is that the report goes around the world. These reporters crawl through these reports. The other countries crawl through the reports, and you're going to have somebody somewhere that blows the whistle, and you're going to have people say, you know what? Nuclear is not safe. We didn't check this. We didn't check this. We didn't check this. Every single time. Everything that I'm telling you matters. Everything I'm telling you matters. I checked everything that would affect Salt Lake, and I checked everything that would affect the Great Lakes. And I checked your materials. And the thing is that here's another one that we haven't talked about. You won't have any Olympics. The snow will be gone. Because look, you're going to impact our lake effect. So I gave a very rudimentary portion of all of the equations that I have. So the equation of the Great Salt Lake, because I've been building out a quantum model of the Salt Lake because I thought it would be cool with these particles to essentially build out a working model where you could go and you could see everything on a particle level. I gave you a very basic part of the equation just so that you could understand. Very basic. And I take you through, like, very high level, very basic. And I show you how you are killing us. Operation Gigawatt. And that's not including that. The nuclear reactor. Hold on a second. The nuclear reactor that you want to install. This is my favorite part, by the way. Not only do you want to install this nuclear reactor on an earthquake epicenter that has never had less than a 6.75 earthquake in its entire record, but the nuclear reactor max. Okay, so this is the minimum. So the minimum product requirements is 6.75 minimum product requirements. The max that nuclear reactor can handle is a 6.38. I'm not protesting. I'm telling you guys that you are not installing nuclear reactors on top of the Great Salt Lake because the maximum capability of your nuclear reactor cannot even meet the minimum of our area. Back off. Do you understand? You lied to me. I was just interested. You don't understand. I did not come in here to be anti-nuclear. I was trying to figure out what the heck was happening with our computers. What's going on with this AI stuff? What's happening with our data centers? Well within my purview. And I know how to math. I know how to do calculus. know how to do algebra, know how to do geometry and trigonometry and abstract geometry and differentials, know how to do cryptographic number theory, and I know how to do math correctly to the point where I'm willing to put it out point by point by point. You do not need a PhD in nuclear physics to figure out these systems. You needed to have gone to like middle school. Middle school, you guys. And then what you did is you ran around and making everybody feel stupid to make yourselves feel better because you were incompetent. Intellectually incompetent, which has a direct connection to your sexuality. Take that in. Yes, you are correct. Because if there is, think about this for a second. What happens if the computational systems are not fast enough to outrun the earthquake on the nuclear reactor? Disaster. Disasters that you can't even imagine. Disasters that you cannot even imagine with the nuclear reactor on a fault line. And you don't want to just do one. You don't want to just do two. You want to do 13. In addition to the 2,000 little ones, you essentially want to give us herpes and then cancer. Gross. Gross. That was the other trigger, by the way. You know, in dating, there are people that are like, oh, herpes is no big deal. Okay? There are people that say that. It's not a big deal. Everybody has it. Don't you know it's fine? Let me infect you. Ugh. Gross. Gross. And when people start saying that in mass, gross. That was one of the triggers, little nuclear crowd. You said safe too many times. It's okay, everybody's doing it. Don't you want to be infected with us? Blech. Planetary herpes. Get off. Get out. The US military is funding the nuclear lobby's message. Guess what the nuclear lobby enjoys doing? Blowing stuff up. That's what they did right here. Look at this. Where are we at? This one. Where are we at? We went through this before, but I'm just going to quickly show you again, briefly. Really, really quick. Let's start here. Nuclear detonations. Heat. Death. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Do not lie to me again. You'll make me mad. So, why are you all doing this? Continuing on, so you're going to ruin my snow. You have ruined my snow. You have ruined my lake. And who's funding this little nuclear endeavor? This blowing up existence and the planet? Utah taxpayers, apparently. Because why? What did you do? What did you do here? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what you did. Oh, by the way, let's go quickly over to the Department of Energy. Because when I asked you that question, what did you guys answer me with? Before I wrote that thing on the NRC, before I finished up my report. Hello, January. Thank you for taking the time to send in your inquiry. The U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy works to advance nuclear energy science and technology to meet the nation's energy, environmental, and economic needs. Keep in mind, you did not answer my question. You did not answer my question here. As an applied energy and research and development organization, we enable innovation, support unique research structure, because I was expecting a real answer here. I was expecting a real answer. We enable innovation, support unique research infrastructure, and solve cross-cutting challenges facing nuclear energy sector. And then you lied. We would like to clarify the Department of Energy is not a part of Operation Gigawatt initiative in Utah. Look at this. You see this right here? Did I upload it? I didn't upload it. Doesn't matter. I can. Let's see. Governor Cox. Who's this person here? Do you guys know? Yeah, mind blown. You lied to me. Gigawatt Summit. Operation Gigawatt Summit. Built here. Energy dominance. You lied to me. On paper. And this, you flew while shipping in a nuclear reactor on an airplane. You lied to me. You guys, you lied. You lied. You lied. You lied. What else do we have here? Ah, what is this? Weird. Huh. And look, here's NVIDIA. This guy is Jensen Huang's like son-in-law. This is the guy whose systems I audited. You lied. 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 Nuclear. You lied. You lied. You lied. You lied. You lied. You lied to me. We would like to clarify that the Department of Energy is not part of Operation Gigawatt initiative in Utah. We recommend reaching out to the state of Utah to address your question about the health of the Great Salt Lake and comments on the Great Salt Lake's energy initiatives, project decisions, and environmental and geological factors to help further address your inquiry. Deflect. You said contact your state. And you're supposed to be the most powerful energy office in the world. As far as your inquiry pertains to nuclear reactor technology generally, we can share that the nuclear reactors are safe. Why did you say safe? I didn't ask if they were safe. I asked what would happen to us. And secure. They're not secure because I hacked them last year. I used my technology to hack last year. You're 256. That's how I know what I can do with this technology. Good thing I'm not trying to dismantle you. and built to protect people and the environment. They are subject to rigorous technical and environmental and regulatory reviews before they are approved to be built. Lies. Rigorous. Tell me. I summarized it at the top, but it's down here. The full description of each of my issues. Why'd you put it at the bottom anyways? Why'd you upload it to the bottom? Seismic design undemonstrated. You lied to me. You lied to me. Think about that for a second. You lied. You lied. Look at this. I actually took the time. You took hours of my life away. Time that I could have been spending with my Bernese mountain dog, whose life is short enough. You owe me. You now owe me for stealing my life and my snow and my mountains. And you socially engineered the systems around me because I'm in politics. And you guys didn't want to face people on the front end. You wanted to do stupid stuff behind the scenes. And what did you start doing? You attacked me, and you attacked my family, and you socially engineered the systems around us. Destroy, destroy, destroy. And then you sent your political operatives after me. And then they spread their lies around because you couldn't dismantle my math. You attempted to destroy my credibility. There is nowhere in this universe that you will be able to run from me. Keep that in mind. I will chase you across existence, whether we are in this form or not, for what you have done. I checked all of it. You lied to me. Rigorous is the word you used. The environmental assessments evaluate potential impacts on land. Nope. Lie. Water. Lie. Air quality. Lie. I didn't see that anywhere in there. And local ecosystems. Lie. Because you didn't check the blueberries. You didn't check the farmland. You didn't care. Don't lie. Nuclear, you lied. Nuclear is not safe. You are not safe. You guys are maniacs. You think it's acceptable to rip open the universe and then you deny what you were doing. Evaluations also include independent geological surveys. And keep in mind, you set up systems to protect yourselves and then give yourselves credentialism and then only accept people into your programs that agree and grovel to you. That is not intelligence. That is selection. That is narrative selection in academia. And now I've brought you into the world. I've brought you out front and center. Evaluations also include independent geological surveys. Lies. I checked you. Seismic activity assessments. Nope. I checked you. You sought an exception. And you were just going to start rolling out this nuclear reactor all across the earth. And you don't even have one for Valor Atomics. You lied. Once a reactor is built, the site is constantly monitored and ensured reactors can operate safely. Nope. You only plan for 40 years. You don't plan for the 24,110 years. Advanced nuclear reactor designs also incorporate passive safety systems that enable automatic shutdown and heat without human intervention. That only works if the computers are working, and the computer byte structure uses too much energy. So you're doing an Ouroboros. You lied. The Department of Energy, Office of Nuclear Energy funds research and development. So you guys want to know what you can do? Contact the Office of Nuclear Energy. Here's your communications. Tell them to fund January Walker because they claim to fund research and development that enhances safety of the current nuclear fleet. Now tell me if you think that which one do you think is safer? Because they say they want to advance the nuclear fleet. This one. Nope, fusion isn't safe. You want to build a structure 10 times hotter than the core of the sun on Earth. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Don't blink. Stop. That one or this one that's currently on your Meltax systems that control all reactors today. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I've talked to Robert. He said he would look at the paper. You guys have a whole lifetime to go through. Exactly. Better or non-existent oil. Better or non-existent massive amounts of energy being used. Yeah, I like the circular one too. Stop. Done. You guys, it's not even a question. You want to know what you can do? Contact them. necommunications.gov. There you go. You lied to me. You lied. And what else do we have here? Let's go back up here. Why are you lying? By the way, I hope that my 267 citations is enough. Publicly available information. Using your own math. By the way, here are all the people, every single action that I could find that led to this situation. President Trump's orders. These are all the ones that I could find. The United States Congress and Senate. The United States Department of War. United States Department of Energy. These are all the actions that I found on the United States Department of Energy. Yes, I don't have the money to pay for... So they reviewed it. They just said if you want to publish it because it costs more money, because it's longer than our normal papers, it's going to cost you more money. And by the way, it's also peer-reviewed by USGS as well. You guys just don't like the answer. That's the reality here. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The banks funded this. The academic institutions, the regional governors, the municipal officials, the Utah State Legislature, of which a few of these people finally got ousted. A few of them. Stuart Adams. Knocked that one out of the sky. Utah Energy Research Board, Utah Energy Infrastructure Authority, Utah Energy Council, Utah Advanced Nuclear Reactor Energy Institute Advisory Board, Nuclear Energy Consortium. Look at this. META. Got you guys then. State of Utah. Look at all these things that you did. We're still going. The advocacy system. Look at this. If you got named, you advocated for these systems. The operators. And why? 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 Why did you lie? Why? Because you stand to gain from this one 40-year operation. $77 billion. And that's our energy. That's our time. That's our life. That's our focus. You were going to enslave us. We would forever be working off that debt. And you were going to perform a double ratepayer extraction. And it's worse. Like, consider this. Think of this entire scenario here. Why? You don't have the money to build the nuclear reactors. So you took it from taxpayer dollars. How do I know? Look at this. I named META. I named the data centers right here. Look. Right here. I'll download it for you. Let me show you. You lied. You lied, nuclear. You lied. You lied. You lied. Nuclear is not safe. You're thieves. You're bad people. You're terrible, awful human beings. You lie. And you made children cry. And you said we were going to eliminate humanity. With these data centers, with the nuclear reactors, with everything. You lied. Look at this. Do you understand what you've done? Right here. Hold on here. Let's drag it in. Just a little bit here. So that we can see. Right here. I'm going to post this entire live online. I'll post this one. Military installation development. You lied and you said nuclear is safe and it isn't. Look here. More money. Look at this. Box Elder County. That's where you're going to build out that massive data center. Box Elder County again. And the data center needs a computer update. There's so much in this list of where you essentially funneled away $600 million of taxpayer dollars to create these systems, to allow you to build the data centers, to allow you to bring in the nuclear reactors. Do you understand? I caught you red-handed. This was the hyperscaler data center, and you said you were building the nuclear reactors to power the AI, to power the hyperscaler data center, while our governor yells at us, calling it progress.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of really bad information out there about data centers. People are operating off of models and technologies that have changed drastically over the past few years, especially when it comes to water usage.
Nope.
That's one where the numbers are just wrong. There was also a report about warming around data centers that was also deeply flawed, and immediately found out that it's deeply flawed. But everybody just believes it now, that data centers use all the water and destroy everything around them, and that's just not true. And so we're going to have these in our country, and we're going to have some of these in our state. And so the question is, again, where do we put them, and how do we do this in the best way? This is a location where they have water available. It's not taking additional water away from the Great Salt Lake. It's taking water that would be used for other things and using it for a different purpose now.
Evaporating the water is the
we have air quality standards that we have to abide by, that they have to abide by. And here's where Utah is really shining. We did something different than other states, and that is we said we're not going to allow these data centers to take all of our power, which will significantly increase the power consumption and the power rates for the people of our state. We're not going to allow that to happen.
You lie to others when you lie to yourselves. I want to hear what you all learned. I spent 4.5 hours here. Yeah, Vanessa, you're right. I spent a lot of time here. My math does math. It's basic math. Imagine being handed 8th grade math and saying 8th grade math is wrong, or even 6th grade, or addition and subtraction. People, in a Januarian society, you will be mathematically literate. Math is connected to information energy, which is connected to mass, which is connected to these machines and our existence and everything around us. Knowledge will never be hidden again. You will never, ever, 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 ever threaten existence again by not being taught about the way that the universe works. It does not matter to me if you are over 100 years old. It does not matter to me if you struggled in algebra. It does not matter. I will take you through this, and we will learn. If it means going back into 1st grade math, we're going to do it. Every single last one of you needs to know. And you'll be taught. And we'll practice honesty with ourselves and with each other. Now listen. I understand how painful it is to make a mistake. I advocated for blockchain technologies because I was not taught information physics, and I did not know and understand that the byte technology itself was causing the harm. I had to face reality, and it was very painful because you hit inside your brain a point where it like twists. In that moment, it hurts, and it hurts your whole nervous system. It hurts. The whole thing hurts. And so technologists, people that advocated for these technologies, people use them, the nuclear crowd, the politicians, all of us, and the downstream effects of things that we did wrong from not fully understanding. It hurts. So do not tell them that you are wrong. Do not let them bully you. Whoever they, them are, whoever it is, you will be facing. Because we're at a point where either we can have billions of years or we can end here because 13 years is a blip and we're almost down to 12. Math. And this isn't, I'm just teaching you math. It's math. I teach you math. And math, if you can put math into a computer and you're able to complete a program, it's math. Exactly. Fight for your kids. Fight for your grandkids. Fight for the universe. Fight for the people that you love. Fight for other people's children. Fight for yourself. Fight for your dog. The life of your pets. The oceans around us. The disappearing flowers, the bees. I'm teaching you here. Look at me. I'm spending every day with you, teaching you. It made my heart hurt. It made my heart hurt. I wish that it didn't have so much pain. You can come in here. You can see the technologies that I offer you. This isn't truly. I did not understand that there was a whole lobby and a whole socially engineered and a whole marketing structure behind these machines. I was told that you all wanted to fix the underlying problem. I was told that we were all afraid of the things that were happening to Earth. I was told that we all cared about the food. I was told that we all value knowledge. I was told that math is valuable. I was told that if you show somebody something and you can compute it, that if you have working code in production, that was real. And now I have people that cannot accept reality. So, now I have all of you here. Now you know. We're all going to work together to fix this. I simply wanted better technologies than what you were building today. And I wanted to go skiing, and I wanted to retire and not have to continue to work. And here I am, still having to work for you. So, thank you for taking the time to learn about the Infoton. You can come on here and you can read all my papers underneath Learn. You can also read research that I found valuable that brought me on this journey. Sometimes I switch these out. When you access the full research repository, it takes you to my OrcID where you can see all my papers. Because I understand that not everybody understands math, I build models for you. These models do not work unless the math works. Okay? That's the way software works. All right? You can come in here. You can see the different models that I have. You can see the quantum architecture. So we have the classical and the quantum architecture in here, where these prime numbers fall within every 30 sections. By the way, these little dots here that you see, these are the keys to your systems, just so you know. This is how I hack your wallets if I was malicious, or your nuclear codes, or your bank accounts, whatever. And if I can figure this out, then other people aren't far behind. And I know you've been collecting data on all of these countries because you want to know what their secrets are. And here are the keys. You know, I bet you anything that there are other groups around the world where if their technologist brought them this technology, they wouldn't be arguing with her about on social media. They would be saying, thank you. America, what have you done? So you can see the quantum architecture, information mass at these prime numbers. We can review that a different time. You can see a breakdown of how I got this equation. You can see citations in here. You can come in here and watch. My demo. It's 7.5 minutes of your life. We have the byte architecture. What's wrong with it? How does it work? The Infoton P30. I also have the atomic analysis. This is a essentially a regulatory tool or a development tool, however you use it. You can see if the designs of your reactor that you want to build does what you promise it. And I used your own mathematics to build this out. It took me time, and you can see the breakdown of the math at each level. And I started to build out an API for it as well. There's more functionality in here if needed. And then for those of you who follow along for cures for diseases, special thank you to Crystal Lee Cray and her family. We wouldn't have any of this if it wasn't for her and her kindness towards me. Never being afraid of my intelligence. You can see here how these mathematics match the mitochondria in real life. I just show you from first principles, and it's tested in labs as well. Use this tool with your doctor. Get your mitochondria membrane tested. It'll tell you what's going on. The more data that I have, I don't need a ton, just like a bunch of states. I can start to tell you with more precision what's going on in your little mitochondria. And remember, Infoton is to exalt the dignity and promote the happiness of humankind, intelligence, and all life. Thank you so much for spending your time here with me today. I genuinely care about each and every one of you. My goal is to save the Great Salt Lake, to return snow to the mountains, so that I can go back to skiing and give you the tools to build the computers that you need to start curing diseases and to be able to restore all the harm that we have done to our existence and our cell. And to make it so that my Bernese Mountain Dog doesn't die of cancer, because he has been with me on this journey and very patient every step of the way. Thank you for all the gifts, and I hope you have an extraordinarily wonderful day.